Alrighty. Good evening. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the smooth sounds of your soul, speaking to you all night long. This is a very interesting thing that I'm going to be reading right now and then explaining in a minute, and it points to an angel. There's something that I've said and read and heard and begs repeating, and it's something that we should speak all the time, and that is that respect everyone, because you never know when you're entertaining an angel. And there's a very special person in my life. She's somebody at my church. Her name's Elise Nielsen. She's a poet, a writer, a crafter, an amazing human being. She's about 80, right? I think she turns 80 this year. One of her sort of ministries in life is to sprinkle joy everywhere. And I am a very gracious recipient of her joy. We have a very good relationship, and she calls me all the time to fix whatever she broke, her printer, her phone, her tablet, her TV, her remote, and I love it. And she always reciprocates by making me little things, and she made me this little thing here. It's very cute, and she makes these cards with little prayers on them and sayings and stuff. May the consequences of your actions always be a blessing to you. Beautiful. Thank you, Elise. Right? And she made me a little holder so I can put all her little cards in it, and every day just put one in the back, and then, right? And so today's is always pray and never lose hope. Great. Always pray and never lose hope. And it says something. It says, never stop talking, never stop listening, right? Always pray and never lose hope, of course. But then, I was looking at it. I was getting some stuff together for tonight, and I was looking at it, and I said, that looks awfully a lot like a standard tarot card size. Doesn't it? I don't know. There's nothing further in the world from the occult, esotericism, hermeticism, anything outside of Christianity. This woman was raised in the church and will die in the church, will be buried in the church. So has nothing, no knowledge of any of this, has nothing to do with this. Doesn't even know the golden mean, right? So she's none of this. So this would be purely accidental, right? Unless it's some kind of standard size for other types of objects that, because she does make a lot of these sort of templates that are based on like tissue box, like a Kleenex holder and type things. This one, it kind of, let me show you how this is put together. It's so clever. It's just sort of a plastic grid that she went ahead and weaved the, I guess it's yarn. Knowing Elise, it would be. And then in the back, there's these little flaps, right? And what she did is she took the flaps and she, kind of connected them and weaved them through. Very, very cute, right? And then, so it makes a little stand, and you can kind of put it up, and it sits there, and you can have your whatever's in there. So, obviously I'm going to try it, and so I did. And guess what? It fits like a glove. So I took my standard Thoth, right? This is just the standard Crowley Thoth. Kind of the card that all cards wish it could be. This is the Eight of Pentacles. What a great one to pick to do this. What a great, just gorgeous. Oh my gosh, look at that. No, you can either, slip it up and it looks like it's going to fit the bottom perfect. Just perfect. Or you can slip it down and have the number there too. Or just kind of float it in the middle. But for the OCDs in the room, including myself, I'm going to want to choose one or the other, and I'm just going to pick the title and just let the picture, be the numbers. But just how gorgeous. And just, that's awesome. So it's like a card of the day holder, right? So she made me a card of the day holder. So I'm not exactly sure where to put it. I usually have my unicrystal hexagram over here on the desk. Right? And it kind of gets shuffled around and moved around a lot. And so I may do a little bit of remodeling and see if maybe I can find a permanent place for this. Because what a beautiful gift from an angel that, far be it from me to deny. So it needs to be part of this space, and I have to find a place to put it. And so I'm considering changing the position of the altar, of the temple, right, where we have John D. and his white lion doing their work. I wonder if maybe I should move them somewhere, perhaps private, for a little while. and use that space for something else, right? Because I came across something as well today. I came across a lot of somethings today. A bunch of new trinkets, which we're going to be looking at, because part of what I'm going to be doing today is going to be probably the most fun I've had on this channel since I started ever, in the history of ever, but going back years. There was an exercise that I did years ago, and I've continued since, and I mentioned here once or twice, where you ask a stranger for the first word that comes to their head. Ask 3 strangers, get 3 words, and write a little piece of something from those 3 words, and try to derive inspiration or message or wisdom from those words, right? And it is 100% effective. Just do it. It's great. It's hard to kind of get random words from yourself. If you're going to do it yourself, I would recommend grabbing 3 completely different books from completely different genres, right? Get a fiction, a nonfiction, and something that's random, like a flyer or a circular from the mail, and grab the first word you see from those 3 that's a noun or an adjective, right? It's a blast. But with the people, it's cool because it's totally random. There's no context. It's great. So I thought, why can't I do that with the trinket box? Of course I can. So we're going to pick 3 random trinkets, lay them out, and we're going to do 2 things. The first thing we're going to do is read it as if it were a tarot reading or an oracle reading, or a casting the bones or reading the tea leaves. And wait till you see it. It's something I've done for years, and I'm sure others here as well, who kind of play with their intuition. It's fun to kind of do that. Look at a couple of things and sort of string them together and come up with context. And it's a good way to develop your vocabulary with respect to archetypal symbol systems and your subconscious. And when you're looking at, say, for instance, mythological stories, and how to turn that into actual learning as opposed to just the fantasy of it. Don't forget the dance, and what that refers to is really positive and negative forces. It's the yin yang of the Hindi. And so it comes down to just developing that faculty in all these different ways. And so it's a really, really effective thing. So the first thing we'll do is kind of read it. And the second thing I think is going to be the most fun is that we're going to write a piece of poetry. On the fly, just take 3 trinkets, put them out, and write something that's about, 2 sentences, 3 sentences, maybe 1 if you get the message out in 1. If you can get it out in 3 or 4 words, that's truth. So I can't wait. It's a creative exercise. It kind of forces you to shut your left brain off, and I could use a little bit of that, right? And it's going to be a blast. So, I mentioned yesterday that the baby was complete, right? And it was true, but I was substituting a lot of beads. I didn't find 100% of what I wanted, and so I had substituted a lot of beads, and some of them were important. The sun and the moon. I didn't have a moon bead. I mean, come on. I didn't have 100% of the beads that I wanted for the signs, for the 12 signs, right? So that's all done. And I decided to separate them so that it would be easier to show and see. And so what this is the small cards. This is all of the small cards of the completed deck. But, and all of the, this is the major arcana, okay, which includes the 3 majors, the 7 planets, and the 12 signs. I also threw in 4 additional beads for a couple of asteroids, right? Astrologically, the old was only the 7 planets. I included Neptune, Uranus, and Pluto, and I included 4 of the asteroids. I included Vesta, of course. I included Eros. I included Psyche, and I included Apophis, right? So those are also in here. So we have the 4 asteroids. We have the 9 planets. I know, listen, I grew up in Brooklyn. Hayden Planetarium was my sanctum. Neil deGrasse Tyson ran Hayden Planetarium when I was a child. I put this together, and he was tantamount in this. Germane. He was singular. He was central to the demotion of Pluto. Now, let's just be clear about the demotion of Pluto. I want to state emphatically, Mr. Tyson, love you. I love your vest. I have one just like it. It's not because of you, though. It was an accident. True story. However, I agree with you. I agree. It's not a planet. Listen, it's like 2 inches bigger than our moon, and if that's the case, then our moon is a planet, which I agree. My opinion is that our moon is a planet and we're a binary system. I mean, look at how big it is compared to us. Anyway, We're twins. Come on, we're twins. It's our sister. Get over it. It's not a moon. But that said, though, so I agree with you. However, it belongs in the zodiac, so it's staying. In the meantime, it's in there, okay? So it's complete. So the major arcana is separate. In this bag right here is all 22 letters, the entire tree of life, all of the paths, everything's there, including the complete zodiacal. And I finally found the beads I needed to get a true sun and moon for Venus to look different than Mars, and it's like great. Wait till you see it. And I'm going to put them in here separately from the small cards at first, so that you can see it. This beautiful little dance of our solar system, which is really what this play is all about, right? That's the holographic representation of our play. Is just look up. That's us. Aren't we pretty, by the way? Jupiter's looking gorgeous right now, and I'm not just saying that because I'm a Sagittarius, but I'm saying it because I'm Sagittarius. But man, he looks cute. Just go outside and look. And against that moon, oh gosh, I'm telling you, wait till you see Jupiter. That was the holdout. I mean, how do you complete a holographic representation of the creation of our universe from beginning to end, which includes all the planets, and not have the perfect Jupiter? Well, I found it. And it came to me in a really, really gaudy set of earrings from the 80s. It's beautiful. Did you guys see this? Oh my God. I'm sorry, I can't. It has a name. Are you ready? Story time for kids. That's right. Come on. Story time for kids. You know, developing tools for children to develop their intuition, for parents to have an excuse to engage their children in the process of building their intuition, for them to tell the story together. Come on. You know, I tried to do everything I possibly could when my kids were little. Like when they were a year old, a year and a half, 2 years old, everything was speaking and pointing and naming and, experiencing everything with facial expressions and, and developing the psychic ability was actually kind of snuck in all over the place. If we're doing shapes and we're doing square block, circle block, triangle and so on, every once in a while I would, ask what it is and she'd see it and she'd say it, ask what it is, she'd see it and say it, and then I would cover the next one. It's very simple to kind of go through these things, and you'd be surprised how quick they start to get it right. Because it's natural. We forget that we have this ability. It's forgotten in us. It's bred out of us by our parents and by the world, but it's not that hard to get back once you play. Anyone here who reads cards knows that even just some cardboard with pretty pictures can tell you the truth. And if those pictures are aligned in the divine order, it'll tell you anything you want. So I'm going to stop yapping real quick and say hello to some people. Kidding. First. Tanamera, how's it going? Tanamera. Love that. So, I added a bunch of trinkets to the box, and they're going to be fun. I'm going to kind of poke around in there and look at some of the new trinkets. Love it. Also, this thing, I just want to remind everybody, like if you go to your local, wherever the case, New Age store or somewhere that sells polished stones, they're inevitably going to have little chips. Go get a bunch. Just, tell them, listen, I'll give you $10 for like a 5-pound bag of chips. They're gonna give them to you, and just put them in a little something, and just run your fingers. Just oh my God, I was having a rough day yesterday. I don't know if you guys noticed. Last night was really rough, and you know what happened? I went into this. I come in here every night. I went into this with like serious, legitimate expectation. There was one goal only, and I was completely closed to anything but that, and that's really dumb. Especially when you're trying to manifest, because in my state where I am in my life, my current polarity and gender and position magically, I cannot manifest alone. I require the engagement of another, and I went into it alone, and failed miserably, publicly, emotionally, mentally, and it felt great, because when I woke up and looked at it, I thought, wow, that's a train wreck. I can't wait to leave that up and learn from it for the rest of my life, because there's these moments where a very simple little thing that was so irrelevant. I mean, really, it was so irrelevant. But I was so emotionally attached to showing you this creation that that became it. It became my presentation of this thing I made instead of letting it tell, right? And that's what I designed it to do. So that's what I'm gonna do. It's gonna do the talking tonight. Michael's gonna take a break, and he's gonna sit back and kind of enjoy the evening, which is what he's been doing since the beginning. And for yesterday, I didn't do that. Yesterday, I decided to chime in and keep butting in and keep talking over, and I'm not gonna do that tonight. I apologize. So we're gonna get it right. Now I can't stop using them. I can't stop. Why? Because they work. And the meditative quality, let me tell you something. I'm going to put the majors in first. When you meditate on the major stones, you just put out all the major arcana and you kind of look at it. And if you have a knowledge of the Tree of Life, it's even more beautiful because you can see it's not in the order. It's not in the beautiful Tree of Life order, right? This is the actual order of the Tree of Life, the way we normally see it. And this is a very, very effective diagram for scrying, for going back up, so to speak. What are the interplays here? And what are the areas we need to cross if we're going to jump in between Sephiroth and so forth? I mean, there's all kinds of things. It's not even relevant for this. But this is the particular order that we're all used to. It doesn't lay out that way when you pour it in randomly, which is really what we're looking at when we look up. It's what we look at when we look at ourselves in the mirror, the dance of the world around us. So it's quite beautiful. But if you know what you're looking at, and of course you will if you built your own oracle, you'll know every bead intimately and what planet it is, what sign it is. You'll be able to tell your story as if it's the drawing you drew as a kid and you've been looking at for 40 years. It's really a blast. And so, I have that. I have that. I want you to have that. And you can have it. Anyone who wants to do that, just call me at this number. We'll set a time. We'll sit down. We'll go online. We'll take a look at beads individually, one at a time. We'll get each planet individually, one at a time. We'll get each sign. We'll get all the small beads for the small cards. We'll get all the beads for the male and the female versions of the suits and the elements, right? The masculine and feminine fire, the masculine and feminine air. It's a great exercise. It's really a lot of fun because not only do you get to engage in this storytelling device that you're going to use, but it also solidifies your understanding of the vocabulary at the same time. Because you're picking a bead related to air, and so you are forced to engage in the exercise of comparing colors and how it feels and which one feels like air to you. And when you're done, you're going to have it's almost like going through ritual training for the elemental relationship between you and the elements, air individually, water individually, and so forth. And that's why I was able to, in this case, when I chose the sword of the female, it looks nothing like a sword. It's kind of round, almost looks like a little scarab beetle. Why would I pick a scarab beetle for air? Right? So, and just consider that. And also consider what the idea is of the feminine quality of creation is a bestowal. And so, flying up, just all of it, right? And it also is metal, so it corresponds with the masculine sword, which is that elongated kind of metal bead right there. There's an example of one right there, right? And we're going to look at it when I pour it into the bowl later separately after we meditate on the major. It's so great. You're looking at the major arcana of the tarot in this little bag here. It's going to be great. And the last thing I wanted to introduce before I begin is the oracle I kind of poked at yesterday. Yanis, how's it going? Listen, I didn't get your thing for Facebook, so just you have to message me again. From whatever account you want me to connect to, just you have to message me again because I can't find it. I showed an oracle yesterday, and I'm going to reveal what it does today. It's not like this. This oracle is telling your story from the respective divine feminine, divine masculine, them getting together, the creation of that, and so it tells the story from the higher and the lower level. It's like this is the algorithm, the inner sanctum. It's the truth told in stones, right? This other oracle is quite different. I alluded yesterday to the fact that these oracles can be used for magic. Right? You can very easily do an LBRP as an example, or a BRH, or various other Goetic spells with this, utilizing the positions, the planets, the stars, and so forth. And you can also do the same thing with here when you're attempting to bring forth, to manifest, right? And then that moves back and forth between the interplay of these two, which would ultimately engage, the complete set to actually do the working. And what this winds up becoming is this winds up becoming actually a temple with all of the magical tools, including all the tools that are necessary for ceremonial magic are in here, and this is the environs of the temple. And so when you combine that plus the intention that's built between these two, what you have is an actual literal recreation of a ceremonial magical act in this environment, and it is real, and the magic happens. It works. It's the same way as if you were to perform this in a setting with individuals. It works, and it works solo, right? That's the power of a homemade oracle. That's not a joke. That said, this other oracle is very special because it's that, but as its sole purpose. Its only reason for being is to manifest. Real quick. Sorry I can't stay. I was hoping you could draw a quick card. 7 of Sword. Futility. 7 of Sword. Futility ultimately comes to the fact that you have this, your message, your will trying to be spoken, but there's a bunch of other wills at the same time. So the reason that it's futile is that you're in a position where you're going to be drowned out. Essentially, there's so many people talking at the same time that you're not being heard. It's basically like you run in with your sword and then you're ready to get the work done. Like, there's your target. It's about to strike, and then suddenly a bunch of other swords come in to block you. And they're not even blocking you. They're just present and are in the way. Now, there is a lesson in that, though, which is that that means that there's an opportunity for you to do something about that. Like, you're not stuck in that circumstance if you understand what's actually happening here. What's actually happening is that you have to be in a position to be open to your sword breaking. Because ultimately, if you recognize what the truth is in that, the sword is our minds, and so it's actually infallible. Don't ever be afraid of breaking your sword, because it will heal. In fact, it never actually gets broken. What gets broken is your perception of the sword. And so you walk into the situation, you're getting bombarded by all these minds that are trying to feed you their agenda, their worldview, which of course is the source of our magic. Be very careful when you give up agency over your worldview. And one of the ways that you can take agency back is let them have the broken one. Just let it fall away and let them eat the husk while you run and grow back. And all they're doing is nothing. Nothing's changed. Okay, so that's your card. Okay. This particular oracle is singular in its purpose. It doesn't tell the story. It doesn't... you don't use it for divination. It doesn't. It's not really. You could, I suppose, use it. You could use it for divination. You could. It's not for that. This is for making things happen. It's designed to emulate what I just spoke about. It's designed to emulate a working ceremonial magical temple. All the parts are there. There's some other little doodads thrown in that were charged toward a specific purpose, and that purpose being manifestation, raising intent to higher self, charging with each individual chakra. It's all there. And the only thing it's missing is an intent. It's the only thing it's missing. You know what else is in there? There's 2 pieces of fruit in this bowl. One was picked from one tree, and one was picked from another, which is really interesting. And it's really cool to kind of look through it and see, I wonder which one is which. Of all these candy-like, shiny, just gems of possibility, one of these is a piece of fruit from a divine tree, and one is a piece of fruit from a profane tree. The only reason this exists is to give me what I want. And it's highly effective at doing that. And now I'm not going to tell you how it works. That's not something I'm going to do on a live stream, but I am going to use it live a couple of times. You know, I mean, the idea here is that, was it put one time when I was a kid? Talk is shit. Evidence. Results. When you're attempting to show somebody magic and you're trying to prove it works, you need to show results, right? That's why I always put myself out there at the risk of humiliation to demonstrate what I'm doing. And, you know, you have to be brave or it's not going to work, right? You have to be fearless. And the only way to become fearless is to go through bravery first, right? You have to develop courage and go in afraid. Empty that space by winning, and then you get to fill it with that power, right? And so that's what we're talking about here. Fearlessness comes from closing your eyes and leaping, right? Rise and be healed. So I'm going to use it. And so we just have to kind of talk about and think about what we're going to do. What do we want to manifest? Because, you know, I've been doing a lot of manifesting lately, and it's 100% effective so far. It's kind of amazing how it's just happening. It's just happening. You're all part of it. I have manifested all of you. I manifested everything on this desk. It's a true story. It's really something. I remember once I was like, you know what? I want a pair of Converse. I want a pair of black Chuck Taylors. It was... no joke, no time. 2 pairs of black Chuck Taylors came into my being. You know, I do a lot of volunteering, and I work in a lot of different places where there's this type of thing going on where people donate stuff all the time, and people get rid of things that they don't want or need that aren't appropriate for the place that's being donated, and so they want to get rid of the stuff, and it usually gets thrown out. Well, this is a brand new, I mean, barely worn vintage Chuck Taylors from like the late 70s or something. Black. I still wear them. They're great. You know, there was one time I had I love Scrabble. Don't ever play Scrabble with me. I take forever. Oh my God. It's like, Michael, would you please listen? We have a life. We have a job. We have to go home. But no, I you know, we decided when we started the game that there's no timer. So, yeah, don't. But I was playing Scrabble, and, you know, I remembered that I always liked the deluxe one that you can spin and, you know, with the raised things so the pieces don't move, and it's just pretty, and it had the dark, kind of like dark cherry pieces with the white writing, and it was great, you know. It's just a beautiful piece. Plus, you know, when you're a Hermetic mage and you practice esotericism, Scrabble is a temple, and you can make stuff. Anyway, so that said, though, I was like, yeah, I think I want to get one of those. And it's not the kind of thing you can find all over. And so I looked online. People were kicking around a couple of different prices for the older ones. I kind of wanted one that had been around the block. Long story short, no joke. I should go grab it sometime, and I'll show it to you guys. It walked in the door of a place that I volunteer. Yep. And someone thought of me. They're like, oh, don't you like Scrabble? They actually said that to me. Don't you like Scrabble? I'm like, yeah, I do. They said, well, we have a thing in, so, you know, we'll give it to you half price for like $2. The person who donated it lost a bunch of pieces. And so they spent the next 5 years replacing them one at a time, 5 at a time, 6 at a time from other sets until it was absolutely pristine perfect with the right color, the right shape. It was absolutely flawless. It was everything I'd ever wanted in that and more. Somebody gave it love. Like I wanted a used one? No. This was a labor of love that took 5 years to replace all the... This woman loved this. And it's now in my possession. She's not here anymore. She's in heaven. But her Scrabble's with me, and it's loved. Every time we play, everyone's like, oh, that's a nice set. I'm like, yeah, I know. And I get to tell them the story, and they're inspired by it. So, come on. Good stuff. That's manifestation. It's powerful, and it works. And so why not use this instead, just to kind of show it, right? So there's certain things that I can and can't show on camera because I don't want to reveal how it works live. This is reserved for people because it's handing a gun to a child. I'm being honest. Remember that book, The Secret? Thank God that didn't work. Because you imagine a bunch of like housewives that are like half drunk on wine and their pain pills that are going to start like manifesting. Whew, that should scare you. So this isn't something you want to just put out there like, hey, for, $99.99, you can do anything. No. The Inner Sanctum is not for everyone. It's invite only, and it's only for those with the ears to hear and the eyes to see. Let's look at it again. Shoo, this one's beautiful. Now that you know what it is, singular in its goal, which is to give me what I want. It really is beautiful, isn't it? It's just a garden of splendor. It's a playground of sensation. I'm just going to go with the fact that slow motion is for dramatic effect. Nailed it. Okay. So, in the meantime, isn't that gorgeous? Let's look at the small cards real quick. All right, these are all the small cards. This is all the suits. You have all of the elements, the ace through tens, the court cards, all here. It's just very pretty, isn't it? And we're going to look at it separately in the dish later. Right now, I'm going to keep it here so that we can it can witness while we look at the stars and the planets, the majors. Just beautiful. There's a bunch of stuff going on in there. All that fire, some earth, a bunch of pentacles. What's on top there? Let's look on top. That's the spirit center. You see, when you're looking at this from the respect of the pentacle, when we're looking at that top circle, that's for everybody here. All of us are connected at that place. That's where we all live, and we're all one thing at that place. We're not separate. So when we're reading that spirit center, we're reading it for everybody. All right? So anytime I'm pointing at the top part and reading that, chime or perk up, because that's you. Now the other 4 is specific to the person being read, but that top area, that's for everyone, right? So. Have you guys seen this? Go make one, man. It's like $3. $3.05 if you include the pencil. Okay. They're so great. Teach your kids to be psychic. We need that stuff. Because you know what happens when your kids are psychic? They become intolerant of injustice. They become intolerant of falsehood. They become intolerant of lies. And they can see through it like it's glass. That's a quality that you want your children to have, right? Man, wouldn't that be great? Everyone wants their kid to be a doctor and a lawyer and a billionaire. Psh. Turn your kid into a magus and he'll control billionaires. Like, come on, really? Let's go for it. So here's the deal. I'm going to keep this here to kind of witness. And what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at the... oh my God, I love this. Love it, love it, love it. So just to be clear what we're looking at here before we put it in. What this is the... when you're looking at the tarot, there's multiple types of major arcana. There's 3 major arcana that are the mother letters, the elements. Aleph, Mem, Shin, air, fire, or air, water, fire. And it all derives from there, right? And so I kind of kicked around a couple of beads that were going to be relevant to Mount, or Keter, the top of the tree, which is, with the respect to air. But basically the top of the tree. And I originally thought about this one, which is it's a 14-fold symmetrical shape in white, which I thought was very interesting. It's kind of angular, and so I had that as kind of like the head of the tree, so to speak, right? But then I thought, you know what? It does kind of need to be smooth, and I don't really know if I want it to be white. I think I want it to be gold, and so I chose this instead. It's kind of gem-like and radiant, and I thought, okay, that's pretty cool. And so I'll put that at that. And, you know, I've got a couple of other beads here. And then I had this one as my sun bead. And then I realized, then it dawned on me, no, Keter is not going to be jagged like this. Even though it's super radiant, the top of the tree, if anything, is smooth. It hasn't gone through any jaggedness. And so this is the top of the tree, right? This is going to be the Keter. And then from there, we go through the symbols, right? And so this winds up being the symbols for the next two. Hokmat Mina. Basically 1, 2, and 3 on the tree, right? And we've seen this symbol before. I show it very often in the inner order, where I kind of go up this diagram here. But what we're talking about at the top, and then 2 and 3, right? 1, 2, and 3 right there. We have the pillar on the left, which is the negative energy of the poles, of the magnet, of the battery, of you and me, of gender, and then we have on the right the white, right? And so these are those represented here. And those are the mother letters. And then we get into planets and then signs, right? And so there are 7 planets in the original zodiacal. They didn't know. Now we know. So I put everything in, but back then they didn't, right? And so what I'm going to do now, as opposed to picking through one at a time and trying to find them in here, I'm just going to dump them all out, and then we're going to look at, it's going to be kind of clear. The planets are big and distinct and obvious. They're very different. The signs kind of look a bit similar, and you'll see. And but they're different in color, and they're wrapped in gold. It's actually 14 karat gold. It's kind of nice, but you'll see. And so you'll notice the difference between the signs and the planets. And then you're going to see a couple of beads. There's those 4 beads for the asteroids, and our solar system will be complete. And there's a sun and a moon. Because the original zodiacal, the 7 planets included the sun and the moon. So it was the sun and moon. And then there was Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn. That was it. But I completed it because, we like learn stuff. So we have to, no, let's ignore what we learned and just stick with the old way. No. Apply your learning. Ritual is important. The old way is important. But, you have to apply your learning, right? Mercury. Yep. Come on. That is totally Mercury, right? When I was sitting down looking at my high-end beads, it was really, really hard for me to decide. But this one was super easy. That is totally Hermes. No doubt. That is totally Thoth. That is totally Mercury. Love it. Quicksilver, right? I mean, it's all there, right? It's like a lightning bolt of knowledge and wisdom. Mercury. Venus. Duh. You know what else I like? Look at it. It's a cabochon. It's a belly. It's a breast, right? It's totally feminine. It's not circular. It's I love that. Venus. Earth is not here since we are Earth looking at this, right? So Mars. Look how cute little Mars. He's so cute. I want to give him a hug. Look at him next to Venus. Does that tell the story or what, ladies? Come on. Truth, right? You wish. No, but truth. It's truth. No, I kid. Okay, so where's my, what happened to my, it slid. Okay. Oh, see, I think that's Apophis. Yeah, look at Apophis. Scary, isn't he? Evil. Dark. Adorable. Evil demons need hugs too. Okay, so now, where are we? Oh, Jupiter. How freaking perfect is this random, gaudy 80s bead? to represent the planet Jupiter. I mean, come on. Like, I could not, like, thank you. That is so great. I mean, really? I just, A-S-K. Ask and ye shall receive. Seek and ye shall find. Knock and it shall be opened unto you. You want to hear something very interesting? I have a picture to prove it. I'll send it out here. I'm actually going to bring it up here in a little bit. That statement is nailed to the door of my church. Really, really great. Okay. Saturn. Why Saturn? Because Saturn is super windy, and there's a counter-rotating force on Saturn. You know, Saturn has that counter-rotating standing wave on its poles that creates that hexagonal standing wave. That's caused by a counter-rotating force of some kind that creates those turns, right? So this is an example of that, just sort of symbolically, right? So I didn't grab a ringed object or anything like that. I didn't go traditional Saturn. It is black and there's a lot of darkness in it, but there's also those green bands, which is an interesting dichotomy, but of the silence, but the fact that it actually speaks truth if you know how to speak to it, right? It's actually very honest if you make friends with it. So, yeah, okay. Let's move on. So now we have the original planets here, right? We have Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn. Sun. Oh, yeah, where's my sun and moon? Here's my sun. My moon. Here's the sun and moon. Let me put these up here. There you go. Okay. There's Mars and Venus. Put the sun and the moon up here. There you go. Just to kind of line them up, right? The planets. There's your Saturn. These are Uranus and Neptune and Pluto. Okay, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto. Now, why is Pluto the same size? Because it's not. It's actually multiple planets here. You can see that, like, there's the three. You know, it's Pluto is actually, you know, it's a collection of planets that kind of just, they love each other so much they're going to dance together all the way out in the distance so nobody can see and do their little thing. Just imagine the dance that you dance when you know that nobody's watching. Pluto is awesome. People are missing out. There's a lesson there, people. Well, there's like 17 sermons just in that alone. Okay, so those are the outer planets. Okay, let's put those next to here. Right. I'm just gonna put those out there. Let's put him all the way in the back there. Pluto, all by himself with his friends. He doesn't want to stay in the holes. Okay, we're going to go there. Let his will be. So the planets are done, right? So now what we have remaining are going to be the 12 signs and the asteroids. So let me just pull the asteroids out so you can see them because they're so beautiful. Look at little Mars trying to be seen, but he can't because he's little. Okay, there you go. There's my Pluto. All right, so just to be clear here, we have the supernal triad, which is these three. This one, that one. Then we have the planets, these large, distinct beads. And then underneath is all of the signs. These little ones here are the signs. These are the ones that are wrapped in gold, and they're just little basic gemstones. Some of the color is gorgeous, though. Like, look at this beautiful aqua. That's just, what a color. Let me see if that shows up on camera. Barely. That's way richer than it looks like on camera. Truly, truly, I promise. Really something. Super bright. Very rich. Okay. And so these all represent the signs down here. There's a couple of these as well that are a little different. Like here's our Gemini. Right? Which way do I go? Up and down. I'm up and down. I'm left and right. We know. I have 2 Geminis for parents. My mother and father were both Gemini. True story. I had 4 parents. I never knew who I was coming home to. They never knew who I was coming home to. I wonder what it was like, waking up in the morning to shave and then realizing, who is that? Those are my parents. So I have 5 beads in my hand, which are different than what you see here. So just to be clear about what's in this dish right now. The 3 mother letters, Aleph, Mem, Shin, the 7 planets, the 12 signs. So the entire zodiac is here, and the the sun and moon, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto, 12 signs. What's in my hand, and the supernal triad. What's in my hand are the 4 asteroids. And the 4 asteroids that we have here are the heart, that little gold heart. There it is Eros, the god of love. The rose, the virginal goddess of Vesta. Apophis. We all know him. We've seen a lot of him over the past couple of years, haven't we? And then we have Psyche. And the one I picked for Psyche is so cute. It's a little pewter bead that hangs off of a bracelet that says, hope. Okay, so there's our solar system. Isn't it pretty? And, I debated what to do for the signs. I thought, do I want the signs to be the same size as the planets? Do I want them to be bigger and the planets to be smaller? Because ultimately the planets are floating in the signs. But I thought, no. That's not what I'm doing here, so that's not relevant. The signs in the zodiac are implied by the shape of the circle, right? And so the signs are going to be there based on, if this is Aries, for instance, if you use the standard system and you have Aries here, Chaldean's going to be down here, but if you're doing Aries, then you're going to know where the signs are and implied around the circle that way, divided into 12. So the signs in here are not used for that. What they're used for in here is to do the planetary sign combinations, so that we can read it like we would an astrological chart. In the first house, we have Jupiter in Aries, right? So that's how this is read. And that's hugely powerful for somebody who has the vocabulary of astrology. What we're looking at right here is like crazy huge, because like you read the chart, you figure out the learning, or you write down all the correspondences that are relevant to you. If you're doing a reading toward a specific goal, like, talk to me about love. Let me pop this up for you guys. There's going to be a list here of the houses and what they mean, right? So in this case, if you're talking about love, you're going to want to look at probably number 7, probably maybe number 11, right? And these are going to be the ones that are relevant to you developing a relationship with somebody, okay? And there's some other things with respect to yourself, connections, things like that. Compatibility. If you know a specific individual, you can run their chart as well. But if you can't run a chart, drop your beads and read, okay? And so it's a really, really interesting way to go about that. I have never seen anyone else do this. There's just something to that. Now, I just want to point out something here that I bumped into today. I was chatting with somebody that's making an oracle, and we were kicking around some things, but she showed me this bowl that she picked. And it actually it's handmade, like Wiccan, like it's a legit magical item. She's buying a magical item from a real witch that is handmade with the zodiacal and the symbols around. It's just so jealous. It's so gorgeous. And it's the perfect size. Like it's so divinely inspired. And then she kind of started showing me some of the beads. I'm gonna blow this thing away. Just wait because this is an artistic person who has an insight into. There's a connection. Like the right brain is just like connected, and so I can't wait to see it. I have one more bead. This bead's the most special bead of this entire thing. This is it. This is everything. This is the story told. This is the last chapter of the book. This is the first line of the book. And how interesting. This is a very special, very expensive handmade bead. This bead is basically a reproduction of the Scream painting, but with multiple screams. The artist kind of did multiple of, and so basically it's several figures talking. Oh, stop! Don't even think about doing that. That's a very special thing that you did, and you have to make that and keep that holy and personal and intimate, and that is your pentacle, that is your cup, that is your universe. Let it be a reflection of your body, because that's what it is. That's very, very sweet that you even said that, though. So let me show you what this is. I love you, kitten. This is my holy guardian angel. That's right. That's what this is. And it's a perfect analog. Like, I was thinking to myself, is it done? Like, before I dump in the small cards and now we get into how this bouncing around to create this, what's missing? I thought, do I put in the asteroid belt? Nope. But I did put in 4 asteroids at least. I didn't put in Ceres, I know, shut up. But that said, if you really want me to, I'll find a piece and we'll put it in there, right? But there's... so I put a couple of asteroids in. I thought about some comets, maybe. I thought about a couple of things, right? But it finally dawned on me that what it's missing is my other self, my other. Every one of us has another, and it's a real thing. That person is out there. And there is an intelligence that is the unification of me and the other. Regardless of whether or not we find them, we're already together, and what this is that personified. Okay, so this bead is the personification of me and my other as a being speaking in this environment, right? And it can also be listening depending upon my perspective, and so that matters. Now, it's also very effective and useful as a significator. It is a vector, right? It points in a direction just based on its shape. I think it's interesting, too, because it does have the shape of manifestation, which is the shape of the wand. But it also has, a hole going through it because of it was strung as a bead, and so it's listening, right? It's in a state of listening and speaking, just implied in its shape, which I think is really great. But when you introduce it to the divinatory environment, it serves both as a symbol of pay attention to this spot, right? Wherever it lands, read the stuff around it, and also look here, right? In the direction it's pointing with respect to a coming and going, so to speak. It's also highly effective when you're using it in respect to an astrological type reading as opposed to a divinatory elemental reading, because it can show you, conjunctions, oppositions, and other things, right? So it's really, really good for that. You okay, buddy? Arlo's doing his little inner sneeze again. Oh, he's okay. Okay, he's good. All right, and so that's what this is. And let's just take a little close-up of it because it's so pretty. Let's start here. I don't know if you can see the faces. They're really beautiful. It's hard to see. Maybe I'll try to get a good picture of it and I'll put it on the community tab. It's a beautiful bead. And during the process, the painting or whatever the case, it stretched it in a very interesting way, and so it became something else, which is really beautiful. And so there's multiple people all speaking, and the effect of that is symbolically priceless, right? I mean, come on, what a beautiful accident. And so there it is. There is our solar system, and you're in there. Now, just because you don't know my specific signs doesn't mean you can't read this intuitively, right? If you kind of try to remember the planets, some of them are obvious, right? The Sun, Mars and Venus, Jupiter, right? But don't forget Saturn is swirly, right? The multiple different versions of stuff stuck together to make Pluto. We have the blue of Neptune. Uranus has that kind of windy, but also at the same time spinny vibe. And the beautiful mathematical I don't know, I just love Mercury. I love it, love it, love it. I have a second one. I have the second one. This came as a set of a pair of earrings, and I have the second one. So I'm not sure what I'm going to do with it. I think I might make a second version of this, or anywhere else. It's going to be hard for me to see this as anything other than Mercury, which is very cool, actually. It might make a nice pendulum because of the implication of Mercury and the idea of the divinatory process. Don't forget what Hermes did, what Mercury did, right? Kind of giving science to man and as a fuck you to the gods. That's so great. And look what we did with it, right? I think we should maybe respect what he did. I mean, it was such a beautiful prank. The least we can do is take it to its nth, right? Like, to go as far as we can with this thing. He's like, hey, listen, I'm just going to totally shake stuff up. Make humans. Watch this. And here we are. So, let's read some stuff. Let's shuffle it and read and just see what we can see and just play with our little universe that we created. Did you have fun? I did. It was fun creating the universe. Although, you know, I'm the guy. I have the easy part. All I had to do was pick beads. Did you see how perfect the Jupiter is? Are you kidding? I mean, look at that. It even has like a spot. That reminds me, I wanted to do it here kind of live. Look at my moon, okay? It's a round white bead, that's all. There's nothing special. It's a round white bead, okay? However, I thought, okay, it's not done because it's all white. Well, moons aren't all white. Moons are half white. And so I thought it'd be nice if I just cut the bead in half. Well, not cut it, but color it half black and half white, so I can kind of turn it and see the phases, right? I bet you it works. Let's find out. So I have a black Sharpie. Before I do that, does anybody think that'll work? My concern is that even though it's a permanent marker, it's probably going to rub off while I'm shuffling. And so do you think it'll rub off, or is there a chance that it won't? You know? I don't know. Because that's really, I'm just going to wind up with Sharpie all over my hands, and it might like rub off on other beads, and you know, I don't know if I want to get permanent marker all over everything. And plus, if you get it on your hands and you don't know, and then you touch yourself, you might wind up getting it on your shirt and stuff, so, you know. But I thought it'd be an interesting idea, so I don't know, let's just test it real quick. It's a branded Sharpie, right? I mean, so it should, maybe if it dries first, maybe. How long would it take to dry, though? It should dry pretty quick, I guess. I don't know. What can I use as a stand to hold it up? I have a couple of rings. Oh, that's my listening stone. Right now it's listening. It's a speaking stone, but right now it's listening. So. I need something tall. I can't just pull a ring off. I'll use this one. This one's pretty tall. Okay. So, let me make sure I've got a spot to set it to dry. Okay, is that going to stay right there? Yes, all right, cool. You know, I thought about drawing a, you know, like a half moon shape, but then realized, no. Just draw half of it black, and it'll do that on its own through perspective and through, you know, what's the word? Foreshortening and so forth. Bulging. Syzygy. Well, you can actually do your own syzygy as your syzygy. I love that word. Do you know how many points syzygy is worth in Scrabble? Great question. That's a good trivia question. How many points is syzygy worth? It's a joke. You can't spell syzygy because it has multiple Z's. But anyway, though, so anyone who tells you that they played syzygy in Scrabble is a liar. Could also use enamel paint, but I suppose I would have to buy a glass bead. This is not glass. See, now we're going to have an actual moon bead, right? It's not going to be a always full moon, which is actually what it is, but not from our perspective, which is what we're looking at. This is not the solar system. This is the solar system from your perspective, you alone. That's the important part here, because, you know, don't forget relativity, and don't forget that everything that we measure, look at, define is always from our perspective, and it's not the same from somebody else's, right? It's never the same from somebody else's. And so we're not seeing the world. We're seeing the world from our perspective, through our eyes. And that's what we're representing here. So. Oops. Okay. That'll do for now. If I had a glass bead and I was doing it for real, I probably would tape it, you know, put some tape around it, and so it's just, you know, you can just dip it in paint and be done with it. Okay. Dipping is also good because it guarantees a level surface, right? Also, you know, I want to find the middle of a shirt. Just a quick tip: fold it in half and iron it. Duh, dead center every time. Okay, so I use that for paper all the time, too, and people are like, whoa, I never thought of that. I'm like, fold something in half, and you're looking at the middle. You want to impress me? Find phi by folding. Find phi by folding. Do that with my pastels all the time, but it washes off easy. Yeah, I never even heard of that word before. Which word? Syzygy. Yeah, syzygy is the word of the moon is rotating, but it also does this interesting wobble, and it also comes closer and farther away at the same time as it's wobbling, and so it does this kind of dance like this, and that's called syzygy. It's the idea of it's closer and further away. Apogee and perigee. Apogee and perigee are the extremes of the act of syzygy. So anyways, and yet I never had trouble with friends, girlfriends. I'm social, and yet, yeah, apogee and perigee are both extremes of the act of syzygy. Come on. Anyways, so, because smart is sexy. That's right, people. I know. But so, it's kind of in half. We'll see. And I don't know. I'm a little afraid to touch it. Like, I guess I'll leave it alone. I'll leave it alone. I'll leave it alone until after the break. How about that? But we can't read without the moon. I need like a fake moon in the meantime then. Oh, look at this, by the way. This was almost my sun. But then I thought, that's obnoxious. You know, I mean, you want to be able to use the thing, right? I mean, although it is interesting almost like as a stirrer, right? Or as the three piece. Because you can kind of stick your finger in that middle of the sun there. And stir it around. Or also, if you're going to do an astral reading, you can kind of just keep that in the middle and you know, kind of get everything around it. And then you can read it that way with the sun in the middle. And that would be sort of like the symbolic sun, and this would be the actual sun. This one here is the actual sun. There you go, finger. There you go. Right? Or take it out and use that. Right? I don't know. But so I wasn't sure what to do, so I just left it out and thought it'd be an interesting sun amulet, right? To adorn the masculine box where he sits, as opposed to hers, which is adorned with a rose cross scarab and a piece of amethyst. Right? Where he has the stone of yes and no, which is set right now to divine masculine because it's over here in the sun. So right now it's just sitting here because it needed a home. It was too pretty not to have out, but I decided not to put it in here. Right? But we do need a placeholder moon in the meantime. I think that's an appropriate placeholder moon, right? One of her beads. I'm okay with that. Okay. So now let's first read the significator. Just see where it stands, right? So let's just give it a stir. No looking. Take a sip of my coffee. By the way, how's everyone doing? A lot of good energy going on. Some yucky stuff going on. Sounds like life. Some people are just doing great, and some people are not doing so great. The best place to be is in the middle. I try to live there. It's exciting, but it's not too exciting where you're gonna just like fall off a cliff and realize that was a bad idea. But it's exciting enough to give you the option of jumping off the cliff. I would jump. But that said, though, let's give it a shuffle, and then we're going to take a look at the significator and see where it is. You know what's great about this, too? The absolute diversity of the sizes and shapes makes it really hard to force pick something. Right? Okay, so it's in the middle, and it's pointing at Keter. Interesting. And Virgo and Keter. Now, crown, Keter, complete, beginning, end, everything, right? One of the signs for Keter is Mercury. Mercury from its elemental state with respect to divine intelligence. Okay. But so, Mercury. And surrounding that at the same time, too, is Mars directly underneath. So we have Mars in Virgo. Mars in Virgo is really kind of a scary energy sometimes. And Mars in Virgo is almost the kind of person that's like, what was that movie with Julia Roberts, where she escapes that psycho dude with the mustache that like levels out the his and her towels, whatever, and then she goes to meet that guy who's like a teacher, and with that really cool Richard Marx mullet. That movie, that guy is that guy. Yep. Mars in Virgo with his head in Keter, thinking he's like the king. Yeah, that's serious. That's and look, it's flanking it too. It's being flanked by Gemini and Mercury, right? So what we have here, just to be clear, we have Mars in Virgo flanked by Gemini and Mercury and Gemini. So that's like, again, like your head's all over the place. And but it's like a total control freak. You know? Okay, so now let's play with some houses, right? So let's jump to the thing here. For people who aren't familiar with the vocabulary of astrology, kind of cut the wheel up in your head into 12, right? So you see the thing there. Let's pop the desk up here, right? So we have this. I'm going to attempt to get clever here, so give me just a moment. Copy that, paste it. Okay, let's hide that old one, and let's just shrink this new one down just to the bowl. All right, good. Very good. All right, great. Now, so we have the bowl here. Put that down. Perfect. Now I want that on the wheel. Is that spread house positions? Nope. House positions? Nope. Nope. Yep. Okay. Copy that. Sorry. Some behind the scenes action. I'm going to paste a reference. That's fine. Don't need to duplicate it. Let's save memory. And I want that on top. Okay, very good. All right, so let's move that over. Let's kind of get that centered. Okay, great. Now I should theoretically be able to apply a blending mode to this that will give it transparency or semi-transparency. Let's do a color correction. Does that allow me to do a blending mode? Let's see. No, but it does give me opacity. Okay. Great. All right, good. Yes, all right, that'll work. All right, let me just knock that down a little further. That's not enough. You can't see the beads. But you get the idea of what we're doing here, right? Incidentally, that's, I believe, my birth chart. That might be, oh wait, that might be Crowley. Hang on, let me verify that. I've done it as Crowley. But you get the idea. Okay, the purpose of that is to just show you that the wheel itself, you could theoretically, in your mind, break up the plate into these sections and then kind of read the beads that way, right? So if we look in the, let me get my pointer here. If we look at the one section of the self and identity, right, that's this area right here, okay? And so this is the area we're going to be looking at first to take a look at who this person is or talking about. Like, for instance, are we reading the individual that is the control freak, or are we reading somebody else that is under the yoke of this control freak? All right, that's the ultimate question here. Hang on, I want to pop up another camera. All right, great. There, yeah. Okay, how about there? Hello. There's my cricket. It's right there. Yeah. Okay. Great. Okay. And move that a little bit more. No, that's fine. Don't overthink it, Michael. Okay, good. So, what we're looking at here is the this section right here, right? And that's going to be specifically the self or the identity, because that's the one spot that we're talking about, right? We're in the number one spot right now. Where's my little man catch-up camera? There you go. That one spot, right? So this, we're looking at these beads right here. Okay. And so in this place, first of all, we have the supernal triad of the divine feminine negative. That's the absolute womb of the universe. That's very special on the tree. And if we go to the tree here as an overlay as well, that's that one there on the left-hand side, the first black one there. Okay. Yeah, okay. And then we also have Saturn, and we have the moon. We have the moon in Saturn, and we also have the supernal triad of this divine feminine. So it's like serious energy in the feminine in the one. So the identity of the reading is a female, right? And also we are looking at Pisces. Pisces, and also a very intuitive woman. This is a psychic female or a female with psychic power that is kind of may potentially have some emotional issues. I would say cries quick. Somebody who cries quick. This is a crier, and however, they cry alone. They hide it. If you were to ask 10 people that know them, 8 of them would say, yeah, she's pretty happy all the time. She's not happy all the time. Not even close. Let's pick one more house and then move on, right? So let's pick a house. Actually, why don't you guys, right? Anyone want to pick a house? Right now we did one. So here, let me put the chart back up again. And you guys can decide if, what other area of this reading you'd want to look into. Because we have this kind of weird, like, control freak man in this circumstance. And then but this is a very highly intuitive woman that cries and hides the fact that she cries. And so what do you guys want to know here? Should we look at relationships, or should we look at friendships, or should we look at 6 might not be bad either, because it seems like there may be some kind of mental issue going on here with her, or potentially just the beginnings of one that's being created through the abuse, right? That's something that we want to look into. So, social status, I don't know. That'd be interesting because how the outer self's going to be so different than this inner self, which is hiding from the fact that she's really unhappy with this control freak person. Come on, camera. There it is. Right? What do we do? 4, family and home. Let's do that. Let's do the 4th house, right? And so it's going to be toward the bottom right here. Okay, so this area. Well, let's not go past the middle. Hang on, let me just. Let's do that. Okay. So this is the area that we're going to be reading. You know what? Just for the swallow here, it's kind of bugging me out. Give me a moment. That was the positions? No. Title? No. Okay. Much better. Let's put that there so it's even. Very good. Okay. I don't know. When you spend your life as a designer or an artist, you take aesthetics seriously. Because it affects your psychological connection to the information. Like if you're distracted by something silly, and so I just want to get it out of my eyesight so that I don't have to deal with it. So number 4, and now in the 4th position we're looking at family and home, and it's right in dead center before we get in the middle is Jupiter, right? So right in the middle, the core of that is Jupiter. So at the house, that means that there's a lot. It's jovial. There's a friendly quality in the home. The sun is in this same spot. You have the sun and Jupiter in the home center, in the 4th house. That's like super joyful gravity, light, bright, very, very special. My eyes are bugging out already. Really? I've only been on for how long? An hour and 20, and my eyes are already bugging out. Oh, this is so much better. Man, people, remind me to put my glasses on. I have to get over my shame. I'm old. I'm going to be 50 in a couple of years, and I can't see, and... Anyways. Okay. Very interesting here. There's also an idea. There's a balance of the positive and negative energies going on here, right? There's this idea of Yeah, Jupiter and Venus are flanking, which is really cool. Okay, give me just a sec. I'm almost there. Okay, yeah, so, all right. The female here is in a position of kind of like keeping stuff together by pretending to be happy. That sun is not real. The Venus is actually the outer, it's fake, and it's actually kind of being drawn by the male. This is a very unhealthy dominant situation. Yeah. In the home even, like, and it's a lie. Like, people walk in and think, oh, wow, this place is great. No, it's not good. It's not good. Yeah. Anyway. So, if anyone out there is experiencing this, that's my phone number. Let me get, this is my number. Email, text, WhatsApp, leave a voicemail. We could do a reading where I will spend the entire time convincing you to run from this individual and stop justifying that you're with them. And please, really, if you need help, I know cops. I know judges. I know very, very wealthy people. And I have a very strong sense of justice. But no, all kidding aside, and I'm not kidding, just give me a call and we'll make sure that that if you are ready to take the step, and that's a scary one, no doubt, that's a scary step. You can do it, and you won't be alone, and you'll be safe, and it'll be out of your life. Okay, because this is a very specific reading here, and it's not a joke. Someone out there is going through some serious stuff. There's fear every day, fear every night, fear every moment. Did you delete the app, or is he still watching everywhere you are? Did you, like, you can't, who can live like that? And you don't have to. If you find yourself in a situation like that, for real, why don't you ask yourself this? This is a serious question to ask yourself. If this were happening to your best friend, what would you do? Right? You'd be grabbing 2 shovels, is what you'd be doing. So why do you tolerate it for yourself? All right, so just, reach out. We'll get help. That took a turn. So what do you guys think? What are your thoughts about the astrological aspect of the reading, right? We've done elemental readings, we did these kinds of readings, but now you're seeing it like applied properly with respect to a way that you can sort of read it astrologically, right? And this is just with the majors. This is the major arcana only, and a couple of asteroids, and a significator. That's the only things that are in here that are not major arcana, or directly on the tree of life, are the significator, which is kind of not true because it's dot. You could call it the dot. You could also call it the abyss. And the 4, count them, asteroids. Okay, so, you mean the 4 worlds? Oh, I mean asteroids, right? Okay, so yeah, that's right. Why do you think I picked those 4? Come on, I've been doing this for a minute. That said, though, it works. It's effective, right? Give it a shot. If you can't or won't or don't have time, then that's fine, and I'll build it for you. Give me a call. We can spend a little bit of time picking beads, and it'll be everything. That's a little joke for the Rosicrucians in the room. But you get the idea, right? So, yeah, what do you think? It's great, right? Love it. Let's see how the moon is doing. All right, here's the state of my fingers now. Okay, there it is. And we'll see what it is in a minute. Let's see here. There's the moon. Come on. There it is. Okay. Yeah, I know. I should have drawn it with the beads on, the holes on top. Okay, this is an interesting opportunity now. Let's see. First thing I want to do is make sure I didn't drop my stream and not realize. So give me a moment. Okay, good. I have a question to ask. Okay, this was a prototype, right? It was an idea quickly of like, oh, you know what? I want to make it half black, half white so I can see the moon phases, right? So that's fine. But I just had a really great idea, and everyone here tell me what you think, because it's going to affect the math. That's why I'm asking. 3 moons. 3 moons. One that's completely white, one that's completely black, and then this one. So one is, it's like maid, mother, crone. Right? The maid would be the white, the mother would be the this, and the crone would be the black. So what do you guys think? Any Wiccans in the room that think that that's awesome? Because my little, like, you know, past Wiccan is going, brah, that's great. Do that. But now my Hermeticist is going, dude, don't break the math. So what are your thoughts? Right? Like, who wins, the low magic or high magic? That's an interesting question. Should I add 2 more moons, a white one and a black one, and have this one as a transitional one? So we would have 3 moons in the different phases of the Maid Mother Crone energy of the Divine Feminine, or should I just keep the 1 moon and shut up? You tell me. What are your thoughts? I'm going to have to sit on that, but in the meantime, I'm curious what your guys' opinions are. So now I'm rolling it around on purpose because I want to see how the ink does. A little bit. Not so bad. Not so bad. Kind of not great. You know what else I can do, though? Once it's half black, just dip it in nail polish. I have Orly, by the way. Orly makes a really good. It's like a tinted kind of bluish sealant, or what's it called? Top coat, clear coat. It's not a sealant. It's not for gels or anything. It totally pops color. It has this like weird UV kind of vibe where it sort of filters out cyan, and so it warms any color you're wearing on your nails. You put this stuff and it just bang. It's crazy. It's good. It's Orly. Try and check it out. Anyway, in the meantime, I use that because it pops color. So you can, if you take a magical item and you paint it in a cyan, translucent or mostly transparent nail polish, watch what happens. It's great. Don't forget, Sony's been doing it for years. They pop the blue a little on their TVs to make them brighter. That works. Anyway, so yeah. I'm curious what your guys' opinion is of if I should. I don't know. I have to think about it. It's kind of one of those things that it's a tough battle between the low magic side that knows how this all works, and then the high magic side of, you know, don't break the math. All right, I have to catch up on the chat because I had the wrong button clicked, and I don't know if I caught any. I've been missing a lot, actually. Oh, Clear View Revolution. How's it going? Are you still here, or did I miss you? Vesta. Pida. How's it going? It's awful. Star decoration on the lace curtain. Oh, I guess that was visible when I popped my camera up, isn't it? Yes, it is it is not a wind chime. It's meant for the sun to shine through. The light is beautiful when it. Here, let me show you. Will that work? All right, this will work. Hang on. Kind of. It's beautiful in the sun. In the sun, it's really, really, really something. just undo a bunch, I know. Okay. So, yeah. It's really pretty. Very primary in color, stained glass vibe. And those are bells. Cool beads. And I have an analog of it over here, but the circular version with some stars, suns. This is actually quite beautiful. One day I'll show it. It's really something. Yeah, there's a lot of celestial stuff. I don't know, I like celestial. This little table that I keep bumping into is probably one of my favorite pieces in the house. Let me show you this. You got to see this. This is pretty. Since you're admiring some of the stuff. Let me show you. All right. It's tile. Isn't that great? Come on, look how small it is. Isn't that great? Wrought iron. Okay. So it's really, really... I've used it for, like, mostly for... stacking books during readings and stuff, like when I'm out and about, because I like the surface. It's so pretty. And then this is like I'll stick that as a pentacle on it, like it's like a. But yeah, what are your guys' thoughts? I mean, isn't that something? The vibe of the reading is so natural. It's like you can't. It just comes to you because it's a language that we all speak. We know the astrological. Vocabulary. We know the connections of the stars and planets almost intuitively. If you're a tarot reader, it just really comes to you because it's a normal type of progression. Especially if you honor the deacons, because that's exactly what the deacons are, right? The deacons are a combination of a planet and a sign associated with a major. And so when you consider that wheel and pick a sign, like again, if we draw that imaginarily over this wheel here, you have some very interesting things to take place, right? So let's just grab the camera. You know what? I'm just going to bring the wheel in that other screen over. That's going to be a much easier process. This is all just happening as I go here, so just bear with me. Let me turn on that natal chart. There we go. Move that over. Okay. Yeah, this software is very clunky. Moving stuff around and sizing, it's very clunky. And so you have to pardon the jarring nature of what I'm doing here, and I really appreciate everybody as we go through this. But I think that's a great tool to really visualize that, and it may be effective as well for the wheel to do the same thing. Just throw the transparency on and then we'll be good to go. Let's go like 28%. How's that? Let's see. Less. Okay. Still too much. Okay, good. Well, that's going to be really effective when I correct my tech problems. But so if you consider this wheel, and you just let's just look at the colors of the center of the wheel as an example. Okay, let's look at the wheel proper for a minute. And so this wheel has a number of things that can be learned by viewing it. So slow. Okay. And what we're able to learn here is of the periods of time. So, for instance, Aries, as an example, is going to be in this period here, is also associated with the element of fire, obviously. And I mean, if you learn your signs, then this comes natural to you. And don't forget the rule. The elements march in a clockwise direction, right? Wand, cup, sword, pentacle, wand, cup, sword, pentacle, right? Wand, cup, sword, pentacle. And so they go clockwise. And so if you know that Aries is here, you don't even need the chart. It's wand, cup, sword, pentacle, wand, cup, sword, pentacle 4 times. Or 3 times, right? And that's it. So you can easily know where the elements are supposed to be. So now if I stir this up, and I see that an Aries is a fire area, right? We obviously know that. And specifically, it's cardinal fire. Right? We have fixed and mutable or elsewhere. The fixed is Leo, the mutable is Sag. But here we're dealing with the cardinal fire of Aries is going to be in this section over here. And we'll see what's visible in that area. And does it conflict with fire? Does it complement fire? And so forth. And we have Jupiter in there. We have Pluto in there. Right? But you get the idea. And so you can read it elementally using this wheel as well. But each section, if you'll notice, is broken up into 3 decans that are planetary and sign combinations. So if we look at the period of Aries, that starts with the 2, 3, and 4 of Wand. The 2 of Wand is Mars in Aries. The 3 of Wand is Sun in Aries. And the 4 of Wand is Venus. So now there's planetary exaltations, there's planetary energies that are present in this place, right? And so is Mars present in that space? Not really, but it is present in the water right next to it. See where Mars is? Right? Or if we look here at the Sun in Aries and Venus, is the Sun and Venus over here? No. The Venus is over here, the Sun's down here, right? Kind of near Gemini and Cancer. Right now the Sun's in Gemini. So you get the idea, right? And the Moon is floating in space. There we go. So you get the idea. But how powerful is that? Okay, tell me it's not cool. It's freaking awesome. And the reality is that it's a meditative tool as well as a highly effective divinatory tool. This actually works for divination. It's not just for meditation. However, if you do use it for meditation, it's going to blow your soul open. It works. And I haven't even entered or haven't even begun to talk about the small cards, right? This is just the major arcana applied in the dish, looking at it astrologically. We haven't done elemental stuff. There's no suits yet. We haven't actually gotten into the suits, right? The wands, cups, swords, pentacles, the small cards. It's all there. This is the rest of the tarot. This is only the 22 with the 4 and the significator, right? Which, by the way, is in the, what do we say here? Where's the house? Okay. Yeah, the significator is in the 8th. Ooh, shit. Wow. Okay. But you get the idea here. Really, really important stuff. When you allow access, which is basically just being open to the process. Like, don't. If we've read charts, this can confuse. If you're looking at it the way you would a chart, say, no, the sun's supposed to be. No, it's not how this works. What we're looking at doing here is reading sign and planet combinations, and we could very easily employ the houses to add some further granularity, to add the context of the positional meaning of the spread, right? And we all know how that goes because it's a great tool for, really laser focusing on the thing that we're looking to examine. So, okay, so great. That's that. The next thing I think which would be fun is I'm going to take a quick break, heat up my coffee, I'll be back in a minute, is to tell some stories with some trinkets. We're going to pull 3 random trinkets. We're going to take those 3 trinkets, stick them out, read them like cards, and then we're going to write a poem based on those 3 words. The poem is going to give us additional learning. It's going to be like another divinatory layer, and it's really awesome. Wait till you see it works. It's so great. And I also added some new stuff in here that I can't wait to show off. It's a lot of fun. So hang out. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Maybe less, maybe more. I don't know. What is, in fact, the speed of Keurig? That's an interesting question. I bet you everyone is Googling it right now. But the fact is that it depends upon the machine. Is it clean? Is it dirty? Is it old? Is it new? All kinds of things. So how much water's in it? Those are all going to affect that. So that said, though, I'll be right back. When I get back, oh, you are here. Great. I'm so glad you're here. I miss it when you're not here. I'm just being honest. And one of the reasons that I'm really glad that you're here is that I found a very specific trinket, and I put it in this box because of you. It's for you, D. True story. D-O-double-G, yo. That's a private joke, so. But anyway, that said, I will be back in the speed of Carrick. Silence is golden, although not all that glimmers is gold. In fact, I was just outside looking up, and guess what was glimmering super bright? Sirius. You know, Canis Major, the dog star. That's a big one. I'm going to be talking about that at some point, and it's for Vesta. Vesta asked for some left brain ticklage, and I am really good for left brain. And some of the things I'm going to be talking about is the correspondences between Sirius, Orion, and you. I'm writing a book. I've been writing a book for about 5 years, and it's with respect to various correspondences between some discoveries I made that led to me being invited into a specific organization. Ooh, spooky. Not really. It was kind of awesome. But that said, though, a lot of fun. A lot of fun. Some of those correspondences, one of the reasons I haven't shared them publicly yet is because they were kind of secret at the time. I kind of came across something that was unknown up until that point. It was an interesting little, I don't know, I just kind of came across something in my studies that's related to that. Sirius is an important star to us. But that said, though, really, really beautiful. I had a really good idea while I was heating my coffee. I want to make an oracle out of precious stones. I want to make a real one. Krista, how's it going? I want to make an oracle out of precious stones. Real ones. And so here's the deal. I need somebody out there who is an intuitive, that is willing to learn how to use their own oracle. We'll build it together, and you need to have piles of money because it's going to cost probably about $100,000. The dish will be made out of multiple metals combined into an alloy that will contain gold, silver, and platinum together. And there's going to be various beads of various raw elements, actual sulfur, right? Actual NaCl, and so on, right? Mercury will have to be placed in a thick glass marble in a liquid state, and then the signs and planets need to be actual gemstones, right? Actual ruby, actual emerald, actual diamond, real pearl. You can't afford it. If you can, call me. I'm not kidding. This is not a joke. You're going to know what the cost is for the materials because we're going to be buying the gems together. I have connections in Sri Lanka. I have connections in Antwerp. We can really get it done right. You're richer than me. I am poor. You have better connections. But that said, together we can make it happen, okay? Real gemstones. A real alloy. Real elements. Let's do it. Someone out there has got the money to do this. I need, if we, depending upon the stones and the cost of gold at the time and these type, that's going to really affect a lot of it. The market matters, right? But it's, I think there's something here. And what are we talking about? 8mm rubies? Come on. 8mm emerald. The guy one's going to be cheap. What do we need? Some jet. We're going to need some, maybe some, I don't know, what's a good precious stone in the blues. But you get the idea, right? It's not going to be too expensive to do the guy one. The feminine version is going to be a lot of money. And the complete version, which I kicked around a couple names. I put them in the description. I don't know what to name the complete. I called it the Dancer. I called it Feel the Knowing. Right? Feel the Knowing. That's great. I mean, what are we talking about here but knowledge of yourself, knowledge of conversation with the Holy Guardian Angel, knowledge of the fact that everything we hear is us speaking back, and there's also the knowing. Like the biblical sense of the knowing, which is what's happening. It's the cosmic dance. It's the universe making love to itself, and we are the product. We're the dance, So I don't know what to call it. And I have a couple of names down there in the description. I'm curious what everybody's ideas are on that. I would like to help collaborate with the funds when the funds arrive. That'd be great. I would love to do that. And part of what I'm trying to do here is to give this away. So work with me. We'll purchase the parts together, right? The actual stones, because they're personal. Your Mars doesn't have to be ruby because I said so. Maybe it's garnet. Maybe it's something else. That should be orange, not red, first of all. But you get the idea. So the stones, the particular gems will be chosen individually based on birth chart, energy, and other things. As far as my compensation for the magical work and for the production and so forth, we'll work out a number. And it'll be appropriate. It's not like a percentage of the total. That's ridiculous, and that garners the goal being profit, which is not the goal. The goal is to develop a beautiful oracle. And put it out so people can be in awe of it and want one, and then go out and make it, right? And so that's what I'm trying to do, and the money will come. It's not about that, but if you're serious, then let me know, okay? I'm not kidding. It would be beautiful, just for the beauty of it, I mean, your Bible is a book you open and whatever the case, and the pages get folded and wrinkled and crinkled. But if you've ever seen a Torah in a holy temple, it is a piece of art. Right? It's so beautifully adorned and ornate and gorgeous because you take it seriously. It's a holy object. Right? Tangible knowledge. Tangible knowledge. Tangible. I like it, but I don't love it, but I like it a lot. Tangible. Tangible. That's the word, but that's not the word. It is tangible. It's also manipulatable. It's also changeable. It's also... Tarot is one card at a time. This is the whole story at once. Right? There's that going on also. It's complete. It's beginning to end. It's got everything. Like, I don't know. It's an all-encompass. It's a hard thing to name. It also implies the cosmic dance. It is the idea. The original form is the divine feminine. Look at it. It's completely symmetrical. It's unmoving. You read the pentacles, right? So it's unmoving until you dump it in the tray. This is visceral and like, you know, like get in there, and you read it based on the pentagram positions, right? So it's not implied in here, and so this can really be worked with and spread around, and it's like, right? The masculine. And then when these two get combined in the bowl, these are separate at that point. These will not be in here. These are separate. When they get combined in the bowl, it's a very different dynamic experience, and what's actually occurring is the literal act of lovemaking. That's the literal great work to the Wiccans. It's the literal Raslila, the Rasalila, the divine dance, right? And that happens. And then they get put together in a vessel, so they are able to become the one being as one object, and that then sits as witness to this being born as a separate pouring and then read. So this is a very specific system that is separated to speak to divine masculine and feminine separately. It reenact the actual act of the great work itself, including all the goodies that come with that. The raising of the energy, the ability to direct the will after it's been established, and real magic happens in that act if you choose, if you energize it. Right? And so tangible is a good word, but all that's implied as well. You know, the fact that you see it all at once, the fact that you can move it around, the fact that you can read it astrologically, read it in tarot, read it, you know, polarity, read it 25 different ways that's comfortable for you. Only use the majors. Only use the supernal triads. Only use the paths instead of the Sephiroth. Only use the divine masculine and feminine mixed, and don't use these and just have them as witness. It's all up to you. And then there's the final two, which these are the small cards. This is only the majors. This is only the 22 letters. This is only the 4 worlds. This is only the tree. This is the small cards. Now, obviously, these live in here. And so these are in here. They're implied spiritually. But here they are actually for us to manipulate. The 4 suits are reflected masculine and feminine in both. 3 feminine cups, 3 masculine cups. 3 feminine wands, 3 masculine wands. It's the combination. It's the great work complete. It's the universe, the dancer, the universe card. So I love the word tangible, but you get the idea. I still want to have your help with the oracle I'm making. I haven't bought any. Okay, please. Yeah, no, we need to talk. And I got crazy busy. I was going to call you. I got crazy busy. But I'm glad because there's a few things I wanted to speak to you about with respect to see, for instance, with my divine feminine, all of the beads are the same. Okay, and that's fine for me personally because I'm very tuned into the pentagram. You know, I'm tuned into the positions. I've been doing LBRP for 30 years, type thing. What I recommend for somebody like that's new to it is to pick a different color bead for the 5, so that you know which one's air, which one's fire, right? And it's a good way for you to memorize the positions of the like a normal pentagram with spirit on top, you know, and then you have your Scorpio, Aquarius, Leo, and Taurus, you know. And that gives you an indication of like where the elements are. But these change based on working, so they're not always in that position. So for somebody who's new to it and you have them as different colors, but they're the same shape and everything else, but a different color, then when the pentagram changes, you can move their position so you're looking at the right pentagram. So, and if you're using it for magical work, i.e. banishing or invocation, evocation, you're going to want to draw your pentagrams with the appropriate elements, and so you could use the colored bead to do that in order, right? So it's like a mock LBRP. No, it isn't. It's a real one. So in the meantime, that works, right? So I would say first, if you're going to use the bigger bead feminine divine version in a separate tray, because I saw the tray that you picked. Oh, my God. For the big tray, but the separate trays are smaller. Then if you're just going to focus on divine feminine, get different colored beads or some way to indicate what they are for you so you're not stuck thinking, which one's which, while you're trying to divine and channel, so that you can keep that channel open and leave the brain out of the deal, right? That's the goal. And finally, the binary. Okay, there's a binary calculator in there. You pick 2 beads and you've got, or pick up 4 total, right? So you pick a bead at random. Feminine, 0. And pick another bead. Masculine, 1. No, that's a feminine. Sorry, that was a flag of America. America's a woman. So that's 2 zeros. Masculine. So that's a 1. So 0, 0, 1. One more. Feminine. So 0, 0, 1, 0. 0 for 1, 2. So we're it's a 4. So it's a 4. It's a 4 of, and then we would pick one of these beads, and then we would have our suit, and it would tell us the 4 of whatever for the card. Right. So that's how you pick your small cards, and they're actually in here as well. They're the smaller beads, and they're separated by suit, and there's 10 of each. Right. So they are present in here literally. I don't want to pour them in here now. I want to separate the majors first, so that you can see the small cards play. So let's do that. Incidentally, that calculator that we use to draw the binary digits of the numbers for the small cards can also be used to derive hexagrams. So it accesses the I Ching as well. Although this also does too. Everything you touch can be looked at from the respective polarity. And every one of these is as well. There are 3 of each suit. And then they're split into 2 genders. So there's 3 female and 3 male wands. Right? And so if I pick a female wand, that's a yin. If I pick a male wand, it's a yang. Changing lines we'll talk about. If you really care, let me know, and I'll teach you how to do changing lines. It's in here. I thought of that. Okay, so I'm going to put in all the majors, and that's going to be the planets, the signs, the triad, the mother letters. I'm also putting in my guardian angel, i.e. the significator, the higher self. The thing that speaks to us before the ego gets in the way and then translates that. Okay. Hope. There's a little Psyche. Isn't she cute? Okay. So first thing I want to show you here is this process, because we do it in the plate. By the way, have you guys seen this? Teach your kids to be psychic. Call me, it works. By holding it in your hand, it gives you a very different experience than the dish. The dish is very effective. And if you're going to do client work or personal meditation, or you're actually going to use it to manifest, and you're using this as your temple for magical work, use the dish. But to put it in some type of clear vessel that allows you to hold it in your hand, you can see these correspondences very easily, and it's so beautiful. So let's just go through it. Let's give it a shuffle. Now, how do you shuffle your tarot deck? Everyone's got their own way. How do you shuffle this? You turn it over. Okay. Spin it around, give it a good shuffle. And if you'd like, you can drop in your significator, or we can just go with it, right? Now, I'm going to read it a couple of different ways. The first way I'm going to read this is kind of looking just right dead center and seeing what is the total combination of energies that it wants to see as like the bullseye of what I'm supposed to look at. And so right in the middle is the female pentacle. The divine body, as opposed to mind or spirit. And in our world, the reality is that the divine will and body are born in unity. The thing that we forget about is the mind and the heart. Okay, but the body and the spirit are unified. It's the two in the middle that kind of get confused. Okay, but that said, it's pointing at. Let me try to get this zoomed in without moving it. It's pointing at. See that right there at that peace sign, which is the male wand. Okay. There we go. The female wand is actually right next to it, that pink bead. But the divine body is pointing at the male wand. So it's sort of the what we're seeing in the center of this right here is a very beautiful thing. There's 4 symbols that I see: the green, the pink, the peace sign, Let's see on the camera how I can point. Sorry for the skipping, guys. I'm trying to deal with it. I'm dealing with limited equipment. And that one next to it there is a male pentacle. So we have 2 pentacles and 2 wands. Just beautiful. And so right dead center of this, accidentally by shaking it, we have the unification of the divine wand and the profane wand, and the divine pentacle and the profane pentacle. It's sort of the unification of both, perfectly illustrated. It's really something. So let's look at that as the center of what we're talking about here, that there is this kind of connection between these 2 things. There is a cosmic conversation already occurring, which is kind of great. So now let's just find out what that's about. And we got to shuffle. Okay. So now let's take a look now at the different spots, the different pentacles. Very similar to this as a diagram. In the top, we have spirit. And don't forget what I talked about before. Whenever we read the spirit center of a reading, it's for everyone. Because our spirits are connected. We are actually a one being in the beginning of time, living at the end, waiting for ourselves to catch up. And remember that fall that shattered us into pieces was a lie. It was a dream. It was a thought experiment. Whoops, we identified with it. Well, in the meantime, that separation isn't real. So when we read the spirit center of a person's reading, that's actually relevant to all of us. And so I'm going to read that first, because everyone in the room is relevant to this. So right on the top here we have so we have wand. Sorry, the glare is in my way. I'm trying to work around the ring light. I apologize. There it goes. Okay, yeah. Bunch of pentacle, a little bit of water. The spirit center here is predominantly pentacle. A lot of pentacle, and specifically driven by feminine energy. There's a very little masculine up there, with one exception, that the manifestation, the thing being manifested, is from the man. So basically what I'm seeing here is that a woman is motivating a man to make something, and he's doing it. Let's take a look at what that is. We'll look at the pentacle section right now, which is down here. Okay, so we're going to be looking at this portion down here now to kind of take a look at, let's let that camera catch up, to take a look at what the thing being manifested is. Why? Because we're drawing the pentagram. So we're going to start at spirit, and we're going to go down to starting at Taurus, which is the earth center. Okay. Now in here we have the will right next to the water, or air rather. That's an air bead. I know it's blue, but it's swirly. And so that's a small card from one of the swords. That little blue bead there. Yeah, sorry about the skipping. It's going to kind of be a little frustrating for you, and I apologize. I had plenty of frustration on it yesterday, so I'm all spent on that. I don't have any frustration left. Okay, so those 2 pentacles right there, those black and white ones, are unified by that will. So the center of earth on this particular spread is charged with real manifestation that's coming from divine feminine will. That's the feminine will right there. Okay. And so, yeah, that's something else, isn't it? Love that. And it is being spoken. Yeah, that's more cup right there. And now look at all that heart pouring in from the middle, right? And where is it pouring in from? It's pouring in from Scorpio, from the heart. So beautiful. So from spirit down to manifestation into the heart, right? This connection on the pentagram is all about physically manifesting your desire and it's being fed by the heart, which is actually male sword. The mind of the man, the idea of this working is coming from the man, but the fuel to make it happen spiritually is feminine, right? Which actually is quite beautiful. I've always believed that the best form of magical working is a man and a woman. Look at Crowley and Harris. Look at Waite and Pixie, right? I mean, obviously Dee and Kelly didn't count, but they don't count at all because I forget who it was. Was it Dee or Kelly that tried to convince the other that it was, the angels told them that they needed to swap wives? True story. Yep, that happened. If a mystic comes to you and says that the spirits told him that you need to swap wives, fire that person and call the cops because he is trying to rob you. And he's trying to sleep with your husband and wife. But in the meantime, though, yeah, that happened. That connection between the combination of masculine and feminine energies, when both, this is important, when both have fully integrated both. You need a man who is integrated divine feminine. You need a woman who is integrated divine masculine. When those two people get together for magical work, no relationship. There's nothing going on. It's treating the act holy. We got the Thoth tarot. We have, the Smith Rider deck. We get. Even look at Visconti Sforza. Visconti Sforza was a gift to a daughter. That was a man doting on his daughter. That was divine intervention where woman motivated man to act. Right? There's nothing sexual about that. So consider in order for things to be manifest, there needs to be the engagement of another. And if it's a integrated female and an integrated male, who have an aligned polarity that is combined, right? The polarity of a person who has been integrated is both. So you have the genders, which are real, a male and a female form with unified polarities directing toward a magical end are unstoppable, literally. Nothing can be, there is no limit to their manifestation. So that said, that's a very appropriate thing that we're seeing that actually read here, right? That's what we're seeing in the reading, which is really, really special. Anyway, we're going to move over here to air. Because we're coming from spirit over into water, now we're over into air, which is what's being communicated. And interesting, we have two female voices speaking at the same time, with related to the male idea of the pentacle. The thing that his idea to create is being spoken by two women. One of them is directly speaking it into manifestation, meaning that they are making one. They're taking the idea, right? They're building one. They're seeking investors. That speaking is enrolling others in this idea. There's someone out there selling his idea. I can't tell if those are wind or water. I'm sorry, I'm so old. They're wind. All right, those are two swords and two pentacle. That's an even distribution of fire and earth, which are complementary opposites, right? I mean, they interact and are fine with each other. Water and fire don't do so well together. Wind and earth, wind is completely controlled by earth, although over a slow period of time, earth sculpts, or is sculpted by wind. This is the very interesting with respect to the inspiration here. Again, coming from the woman, but the man is the one with the idea, because she has taken that. Sort of, it's like she has completely integrated the concept and is rolling with, gets it. Probably already has, always has gotten it. So it was. Remember, I always talk about the act of tarot, when done properly, is not an act of prediction. It's an act of remembering. We're not looking into the future. We're remembering the past. We're at the end of time. We've already lived all this, right? We know how the story ends because we lived it, and so it's just remembering the story. That's how the tarot works. Well, she gets that. There's a direct kind of like connection to that wisdom. Okay, let's just drop down now to the will and see where we wind up, right? We started at spirit, we went over to air, now we're into the, water, we're into air, and now we're going to move into spirit, or, Michael, into fire, the will. And now this is, down here we've got a bunch of water. Now my water, they're not all blue, that little brown one there is also water, and that's on purpose, because this shows there's 2 water crystals. One is very pristine, perfect, clean, and one is getting a little murky. So one of the hearts is absolutely perfect, and one of the hearts has got some work to do. The female is the one that has the work to do. See, she's speaking a kind of profane heart, and his will is very clean with respect to the his heart. That's one of the cups down there. Okay. Pardon me. Okay. Pot of Pentacle. So the will is to create, but at the same time here, and they're both kind of speaking a similar message. Look how those lined up, right? Because it's kind of beautiful. You have her. What did I do with my chopstick? Okay. You have her sword of speaking. You have his will. This is his heart. This is her heart. Let's let that camera catch up. Pardon me. Sorry, guys. That's her heart, right? And so this little thing going on right here is actually very beautiful. And that's a pentacle. I don't know which one, but that's one of the small card pentacles, right? And so, but that said, it's all in this will center. The will center here is for her to speak her heart, for him to enroll her in that, enroll her in his heart, and her speak it. And now, flanking her speech is her pentacle and some dirty water that requires some work for her to kind of clean up her emotional center here. There's something distracting her emotional center, which is causing it to be not the best energy, whereas his heart is totally clean. It seems like he's in a very good emotional state, and his will is strong and solid. It's a nice, smooth, solid sphere. There's 2 other wills in here, and they're not that smooth. One of them's very jagged, and one of them's kind of artsy. This one is totally smooth, strong, good to go. And so, looks like this union is good because they will both benefit. He will be able to have the work completed, and she will be able to become complete through that work. Okay, so that's how you read the 5 elements and on how they interplay. Now we can keep going. We can now say, what next? Or pose a question, right? Okay, so what's the nature of the thing being created, and go there, or whatever the case. You can read it as long and as far as you want. When I first got my hands on the adult version, I built the kid one as a prototype first. I had extra erasers. It's literally the same system, by the way. What you're looking at here is this. These are identical. Okay? There's nothing different. Well, let me rephrase that. There is a difference. See the 5 beads here? They're represented in here differently as a pencil vector. Right? There's a significator in here. That's the holy guardian angel of your child, and so it kind of tells you where to look. Right? But when I put together the adult version and did the work, did the thing, made the love, had the babies, and put it all in the thing, and had this and held it for the first time, I couldn't stop turning it and reading. It just flows. It's like, whew, it's good stuff. It's good stuff. The point of living is loving. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this. Life is love. Yep. Thank you. That's awesome. If you keep dropping gems in my channel, I'm going to become really good friends with you and then give you a name and then all that. So just be careful. I'm warning you. We like new friends here. Okay. Let's see. Thank you. Okay. I'm caught up. Okay. So isn't that something? Isn't that special? And it's so easy to read. It's so easy to read that it's fun. It actually makes it fun. Typically when you're doing tarot, you're in it. And so fun is not part of it. But you engage every emotion with this thing. It's really something. And if you see something bad and ugly, it's like, oof. But now you also can apply what we know and what I've talked about here with respect to the algorithm, with respect to the every two has a third, and finding that complementary opposite so that we know what the thing is that we need to apply to annihilate the thing we don't need. And kind of force the yuckies in our lives into the tower phase, and just walk in willingly and let that stuff get killed. Die daily, so that we can be reborn and reformed in our own image, to be rebuilt, transform. That's what we're here to do. We're here to transform. So, how much fun. Now, let's pour it out, take a look at it, and then we're going to pull out some trinkets and tell stories and write poetry. How much fun is that? I can't wait. Can't wait. It's a creative exercise all over the place, so. What you're looking at here is all of the larger beads are the suits, okay, but Michael, there should be 16. How come there's 6 of each suit? 3 male, 3 female. That doesn't gel. Where's the cord cut? Shut up. No, here's how it works. I thought of that. Of course I did. What we're looking at here as an example. Let's get the pentacles out, okay? These are the pentacles. 3 of male, 3 female. The greens are the ladies. The black and whites are the males. And these are the pentacles of the masculine and feminine. Okay, the divine man. And now, essentially, I dropped my pentacle. The idea here, and let me point it out this way so you understand what my logic was, okay? Because there was a madness to my method. My card, I'm a Sagittarius, and so the major of my suit or my sign is art, also called temperance to the inferior tarot decks. So art, right? Beautiful. And now what this is the alchemical marriage. And what this is referring to is the androgen, right? Look at that being. And ultimately the idea here is that at the end of the day, the product of the working is a singular twin. Okay? It's a male and a female in the same form at the same time. And you can see that takes place too with the fact that now the lion has turned white, the eagle has turned red. So there's this idea of that transference, that swap of everything. That's why I have my white lion on my temple here. See her? There she is, the white lion. And here's my red bird. Isn't he lovely? Right? It's the idea of the work being completed. And so that only begs that if we're going to represent these elements in our universe here, that we do so in both states. So that's why I did that. So they're both present. Okay, now let's look at the wands. Okay. The fire energy of these two beings. Now, why did I keep the wands the same here and in her divine feminine, right? Shouldn't they be different, Michael? Everything else is different. Exactly. Everything else is different. Every other component in this system, after the change happened and the baby took place, is a slightly different version of mommy and daddy mixed, except the will of the feminine wand. It's unchangeable because it's the only thing that's real in this whole thing. It's the only thing that ever existed, ever does exist. We are all just a reflection of that initial, original want of the first inhale. Okay, and that's what we're looking at right here. And so that's why I kept them the same form, because they don't change. All right, so these are the female wands, and these are the male. And if you look at what they used to be, this is what they used to be, right? Let's get a couple of examples here. Okay. So they got a little rounder, a little more perfected. And you'll notice there's 3 types. One of them is very perfect. One of them is a little kind of geometrical, and one of them is kind of just sort of funky and boho, right? That's your hippie wheel right there. That's the one that smokes too much pot. This is the one that tells you to shut up and get a job. Now, let's look at the swords. Okay, see, these are the little, like, the scarab beetles with the holes on either side. This is the feminine sword. It's speaking and listening. Just beautiful. Same thing here. Here's the masculine sword. Same thing. It's speaking and listening. Okay? Both metal. Quickly, easily, at a glance, you can see that these are both metal and they're both sword. Okay? Same thing here. You can see that these are reddish in color. You can see that this is reddish in color. Black and white is a really good indication, at least in my vocabulary, for pentacle. Right. And now we get into water. Okay, so let's grab both waters. These are his. They're similar. See, and the original, they're teardrops. These are great. Okay. So there's your water. Now, I did the colors on purpose here different, right? Because water also appears as ice. It also appears as liquid. It also appears, right, as steam, whatever the case. So I didn't have them all the same on purpose, right? And so those are the four elements represented as three versions of different polarities, okay? Perfect. Great stuff. You know what's really funny, Krista? That comment got held for a review. So dumb. Let me separate these a little bit here too, so that when we're looking at the smalls, then you can really get an idea of the difference here. Okay, so let's just get all of the elements of the main elements, the aces, so to speak, and the or at least the aces reflected before they get before they begin to split into the quartz. Don't forget, all the quartz live inside of the aces. All the small cards live inside of the aces. The aces are really kind of the place that all the physical reality lives. Okay. So now these little guys down here are the small cards, and there's 10 of each, and they're kind of a little different on purpose. So I'm just going to get all the water first. Okay. Okay. So these are the 10 water cards. The ace through 10 of water. Oh, the peace sign is what got people scared? That's funny. Well, you know, if I were evil, I would be afraid of peace too. So, right? And now notice again, my waters aren't all blue. Some of it's lake water and it's kind of green. Some of it's like downright like murky brown, right? And dark green. And then there's just two pretty blue ones right there, right? So these are the 10 water. Let's just put those here separate. Okay, let's look at the pentacle. I love these because they're so colorful. They almost have like a watermelon, tourmaline kind of vibe. These are not tourmaline, although I like tourmaline and would use tourmaline for this work in a semi-precious capacity. Semi-precious will only be a couple of $100, or like $100. It depends upon the kind of bead you're looking for. You might be able to get away with $1 or $2 per bead, right? Or maybe even 50 cents if they're lower end. These are glass, and so they're very cheap. But here, these are the pentacles, right? So they're a nice little myriad of colors. Very pretty. They kind of have a little bit of like a iridescent, chatoyant kind of vibe that doesn't show up too nice on camera, but it's almost like a tiger eye sort of quality, and it's really pretty. Let's move that back here. Okay, there it goes. Keep these major elements separate from the small cards, so in our eye we can see that better. I'm going to put these. I'm going to put the fire out of the way. Okay, here, next to the water. Okay. All right, next we have these little peace signs. These are 10 little peace sign beads. These are the wands. Okay. If there's any people in here from Golden Dawn, you'll go, oh, duh, that's a wand, right? And so, let's see here. There's one more here that was hiding, right? So that's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Yeah. So here's the 10 wands, right? And now, which card is that? Well, it doesn't. We'll get there. But these are the 10, right? These are really symbolic. These are symbolic. The math needs to be there, so there has to be 10 of each. But it doesn't matter if this is the 2 or the 4 or the 3. That comes later. We're going to talk. I talked about that with the binary. But there's other methods for you to go about that as well. In the dish, if you wanted, you could just pick into the small ones and see if it's male or female, and you could very quickly just draw a single digit from 1 to 10. And then finally we have air. And the air beads are neat because they're little swirlies. I didn't have enough yellow. I would have picked more yellowish. But it's still cool because if you consider air with respect to the different voices, accents, notes that we sing, thoughts that we have, weather patterns, it makes sense that you would have a nice little diversity of color, right? So there you go. Right, so I kind of just switched it up and just grabbed 2 of each kind of vibe of color, like hot air, cold air, wet air, dry air, and basic wind. And they all represent mind, thought, right? Speaking, singing, communicating, wanting to be heard. Well, wanting to be heard is the idea of the wand in conjunction with that, but you get the idea. So there it is. There it is. All the small cards, right? And it's quite fun to physically manipulate this when shuffling and to, look at, for instance, some of the fun things that we get with the sword pointing at stuff, the wand, the pentacles pointing at things, the fact that things are touching or in proximity. Look at this little pocket of will right here. Masculine will with the divine feminine, like surrounded by divine feminine with water on both sides. Gorgeous. And so, what a smooth Skittles, totally. Someone yesterday thought about M&Ms. That'd be great. And we were joking. You know how witches back in the day had to make their pentacles out of wax, and so that if they got caught, they could throw it in the fire and not, well, then just make your bead oracle out of M&Ms and eat it when you're done with the work. Tangy bowl. Feel the knowing. Taste the rainbow. Thank you. Okay, so, yeah, I'm going to put these back in here. I like to store them in here separate with the majors in their little pouch. Like, here's your majors. I keep them in the pouch. In the box. And then the box has the binary system on the bottom there. All the black small beads are male. All the blue beads are female. And then the other ones are kind of determined based on shape and color. And it's very easy to determine. And there's a myriad of sizes and shapes, again, to kind of like avoid the trap of picking on purpose. We got to be careful about that when we're doing divinatory work, right? If you're doing magic, you got to be even more careful. But when you're doing divinatory work, you got to, your wand is not part of that process. You come in with an empty cup, and your job is to get out of your own way and to receive divine mind and give it back to the person, right? Can't wait to get to the trinkets. So much fun. If you've never done the exercise, anybody who joined the stream later, there's a very interesting creative process where you ask a stranger for the first word that comes to their head. Ask 3 strangers, take those 3 words, and write a piece of poetry. Couple 2-3 lines, maybe a paragraph. It just depends. Clarity. Taste the clarity. No, I'm kidding. I don't know. The dance is good. Feel the knowing is good. I also call it. Are you ready for this? This is my favorite name for the. This is the masculine and feminine. They have names. Okay. Her name is Pearls of Wisdom, Our Story in Stones. His name is the Rock of Truth, the Stones of Sincerity. The main is Give In to the Dance. Now the product, I thought, tell me this isn't great. Us. Us. That's it. You know, you, me, us. Isn't that what we're talking about? Isn't that really what this is? So, I don't know. Us. Is that everything? I think it is. Yeah. Okay. Did I drop any this time? Oh my gosh. Yeah. Oh, by the way, when I'm making this for people, especially if you're the rich person that I'm going to be making one out of actual precious stones, you're going to want to buy a couple sets because if you the precious stones, trust me, unless you're going to use it, you're going to lose some. Okay, so have extra. They have to be the exact bead. You don't want to be that person that's now spending 17 years trying to find the perfect bead to put your oracle back together. I don't know what I would do without it. I'm not kidding. I've made this multiple times over the years. I've told the story. Like I was once at a crunch and I pulled a bunch of square Lego pieces and I made one out of Lego. That was a long time ago, but it worked. But the way this formed, this particular one, this is just extra stuff I had here at the house from doing, some crafting stuff, and all of this was free. Free from the respect that most of it came from broken jewelry I got from yard sales, garage sales, literally boxes of lots of broken jewelry for $5. So none of this cost me anything, which is so great. And look how beautiful it came out. It's looks like I spent $1 million on those beads. Those are hand-painted copper beads, these big ones. They're beautiful. They're just beautiful. And they were on a piece of jewelry that was thrown in a box of broken jewelry that I just ripped the beads off of. It's unbelievable. Okay, let's make some room here. We're going to tell some stories and write some poetry and answer some questions and find some truth, and we're going to do it all in whatever order it decides it wants. Like setting it up that way so you can just like see it. Yeah. Okay. Is that shadow too much? No, it's just my face, right? The desk is fine. Okay. All right, so let me move this. I moved the wrong one. Why didn't you tell me? Like, hey, Michael, you're moving the trinket box. We need that on Michael. Oh, he did it again. Okay. Oh, by the way, that's an actual Orphic egg. This is not a reproduction. This is an actual Orphic egg that came into my possession. I mean, it even has the serpent head coming out of the top. Like, come on, is that something unbelievable? Somebody poured some bunch of wax chips into an egg, and that's what happened. Is that something? By the way, anyone speak Hebrew? You think that's an accident? Come on. Anyway. I think I want that over there by the candle. Let's put that away from the edge of the desk. I found all kinds of new stuff when I was digging around for the beads for the baby, for the dancer. Some really cool stuff. So now what we're going to do, I'm just going to open it up, flash it. I'm going to jump real quick for a second. I'm going to keep it open. I'm just going to mute my mic, keep it open, and zoom in on it, and just keep it while I'm on the break, okay? And then look around, see what you see, if there's anything interesting, and then I'm going to pick 3 random. If you want me to use a particular one, no accidents, no coincidence. No synchronicity. No will, no intent. No thing. No. So, I'm just gonna... Right. Yep, that's a Connect 4 piece. That's right. I can't wait to talk about that before we grab it. Every one of these tells a very interesting story. But there's some new stuff in here, right? Let's see, who's new here and doesn't know what's coming? So, yeah. Let's do... This is a fun one. Right? This is a buffalo nickel that has been turned into a button. Beautiful rose. That's interesting. It's a Mobius strip, or it's, you know, like a tri-Mobius, but with one of the lines is dark, and then ascends back, you know, so it's a beautiful spiral. I found a roll of buffalo nickels a couple of days ago that I had stored away. That's really cool. How awesome. I love bumping into stuff like that. Yeah. I mean, there's all kinds of goodies in here. You could just, you know, spread, and you're going to keep finding things. Like I threw another key in, a larger one this time. There's a little baby key in here, a small key. But any baseball fans in the room? That's a legitimate 1986 Mets World Series pin. Let's see what else. Oh wait, I might be wrong. Hang on. No, it is. It's 86. Yeah. Okay. How cute. 3rd World Series. Oh. If the Yankees woke up and they only had 3 rings, they'd kill themselves. So let's see here. Where's that other blue one? That was neat. Yeah, look at this. I thought was very interesting. And it's sort of complementary with one I found yesterday. Is it in here? Let me see if it was in here. I think I put it in here. That's neat, actually. Has two eyes. Let's have fun. What should we use as its voice? Where's D? The lower wolf howling up to its higher self in the moon. Isn't that beautiful? Love that. I'll just leave that here. We need a mouth. Maybe he's going, oh. Chloe. Let's do a tighter O. All right, well, how about a purple one? Oh. Okay, this is too much fun. There's the other eye I was talking about. Beautiful, right? Not only is it art, but wait till I read it. It's going to blow you away, right? You thought that other reading was fun, and it is. But this is total, absolute, pure intuition. The language we just spoke with that reading I did in the dish is divine. That's why it works. The math is correct, and I spent a lot of time doing this, 25 years. And I spent 4 days digging for those beads to get it absolutely perfect. The order works. That's why it works. This is different. This is 100% purely based on the intuition of the person reading it, which is going to be a treat for you guys, because whoever's been in here knows that my intuition is crazy. I proved it live, right? I scored a 90. That said, and we should do that exercise again sometime. And if you guys haven't done that, you should consider that. Get a piece of paper, write it down, get yourself pennies, or a penny, doesn't matter, and flip the coin, predict it, check, and if you got it right, put a check, and if you got it wrong, don't. Do that 10 times. In the next row, instead of predicting the penny flip, tell it what to do, then flip it. If you get it right and it listened to you, give it a check. Right? And now in my particular exercise, which turned out very nicely, it was kind of my goal, and it worked out that way, thankfully. I aced the intuition, and I did a 50-50 on the manifestation. And why is that? Because I did it alone, and manifestation requires the other, right? And so consider that. But now, if your intuition is built up to a decent level, or you're, for instance, creative access is an act of intuition. We're just intuiting a certain part of ourselves, as opposed to our temporal bubble stretch, right? And so it's very typically artists, musicians, and people who have a very high emotional IQ are very good intuitives, right? And so it's not just about having like psychic training or ability or whatever the case. This is my favorite thing I found today. It's a garnet. I'm pretty sure it's a garnet. I don't believe it's ruby, based on the color. It's a little too rich, you know what I mean? Real rubies have a pink note that's detectable. This doesn't. This is straight up in your face blood red, and it's gorgeous. And that's a beautiful, look at that. It even has this pretty chain. This really delicate silver. It's real silver. I believe it's sterling. The chain is definitely sterling, but I don't know about the dragonfly. But come on, look how pretty that is. That's not a dragonfly. That's a fairy. Come on. And it also has this great hook, so it can hang off things. Right, so you can just have it hang off of something, and sort of just like, there's something to that. It's just really interesting. Love that. Okay. Mem. Right, how cool. I found a monogram pen that says M-E-M. It's the Hebrew letter for the water, for the hanged man. All right, so I'm just going to stir this up. Let's give it a good stir. See if we can maybe find some new stuff you guys haven't seen. Or things like just shake it up. I'm going to go take a break. When I get back, we're going to pull 3 random. And we're going to tell some stories. And we're going to write some poetry. We're going to learn some truth. And then we're going to do it all over again. Love this. You're being watched. Whoa. Actually, I should probably leave it out. Make sure you guys aren't sneaking into my little sanctum here while I'm away. I'll be back in a couple minutes. I'm just going to, I'm not heating this one up. I'm going to brew a new one. And I'll be back. So I'm just going to zoom in and shut off the mic, and I'll be back in a second. Okay, so I may let me pop it up on the screen that I'm actually doing the coffee so that people are like, where's Michael? Okay, it's going to be text. And I think I called it, be right back. Let me see. Yep. Okay, so I'm just going to put that there. All right, so if anybody sees anything interesting in there that you want me to take out, I'm happy to do it. Otherwise, when I get back, I'm going to do it intuitively by randomly picking 3 objects, okay? Look at that little doggy. Isn't he cute? Okay. All right, guys, I'll be back in a couple minutes. I'm going to mute the mic, and I'll see you soon. Okay. Let's get rid of that because I am back. What did Orion say to Sirius? I just blew the joke. Son of a bitch. Man, I've rehearsed that like 6 times. What did Orion say to the dog star? Are you serious? I can't believe I blew that. Damn. All right, next time. Man, you know why I'm proud of that? Because I made that up. That's my joke. What did Orion say to the dog star? Are you serious? If you want to know who the nerd is in the room, it's the one that chuckles. That's how I find my kindred. I tell that joke and wait to hear it. That person's going to play D&D with me. So, fun, right? Look at this one. I love this. It actually folds. It actually folds. That's a real working fan. That actually folds. Beautiful bonsai. And look at the back. There's a dragon. The rose. It's just beautiful. Love that. You know what I considered doing too? Where is she? There she is. Right? Hanging the dragonfly from it. I mean, just beautiful. Let's find a spot. How about right there? Right. Let's get that separated properly. There, nice. Okay. Gorgeous. All right. Come fly away. I just love that. It's beautiful. It's a nice picture. Okay. So let's do this. Let me unhook that. Let's do this. First, I'm going to poll the room. What? Well, first of all, which game? Wait, highly recommend Pillars of Eternity. Really? Awesome. Wow. Mm-hmm. I don't know. I have a certain affinity for a particular period of time, right? The Dragonlance period, and that whole vibe. Gary Gygax is everything. So yeah, good stuff. Did anyone have anything in particular that you insist? Because again, I have real trouble saying no to the people that I love. That you want in here? You know what this is? This is a screw-in earring. Who remembers Halloween? When I tried to put that earring on? Yeah, same here. It really does. And wait till I grab a couple and we actually review them. It's going to be special. It's going to be a very neat exercise to go through some of these and to tell stories based on what we think that they're trying to tell us. And look at this beautiful Russian doll. Wait till you see the story on that one. This is so great. A pepper mill. Yeah, actually, you should be allowed and able to post on the community tab, so feel free to do that. I welcome you to do that. I believe I left it open for people to post and comment. So you should be able to post your own images on the community tab, and I highly recommend that anybody who would like to do that. Okay? And so, yeah, no, don't worry, Kitty. I'm not putting it on. No, sir. I learned my lesson. Clip-ons only. Okay, right, Arlo. Who are you growling at? Oh, okay, Melanie's out here. Yeah, Melanie's the baby dachshund that likes to eat my books. I'm looking at you, square butt. Yeah, she's pretty. See, that's the problem with pretty dogs. They know they're pretty, and they think they can get away with murder, so they do what they want, and then they get away with murder, right? So that's what it is. We love them, and we let them do whatever they want. That's just the reality, and we're just going to go with that, so... this is an earring, and I kind of use it to refer to the idea of the Trinity, the 3 letters. Those spirals are interesting because it refers to like the cosmic vortex, which I talk about all the time here on the channel with respect to the idea of the deacon wheel, which is still semi-transparent, and so I'm glad I came here. The deacon wheel we talk about all the time when doing readings, but that's not actually what we're looking at. What we're ultimately looking at in reality is this. Okay, and so we have the upper and the lower world that are a counter-rotating force of the march of the deacons and the rise of the proletariat, I call it. Those are my words. But what this refers to is that trinity, that triplet, that idea of each kind of doing its own role. The march up, the march down, and that thing in the middle, which is us. By the way, that's you. See, you hear Chloe barking on the truth? You're gorgeous. You're beautiful. Look at you. Look at us dancing. Right, one of those is an upside down triangle, or a cup pointed upside down, pouring down divine love. And one of them is a sword pointed up, which is the mind being washed by that love. Or the opposite. It's a cup being filled by that. So you can view it a number of different ways, but what we're looking at is the dance. And we're also looking at the unfolding of that dance with respect to the wheel. Right? And so what this symbol represents to me is that. But really, it's a really neat earring from when they still used screw-ons. Because, they didn't care about women and thought, who cares if her feet and her ears hurt. Psh. Just be pretty. Okay, so, yeah. Yeah, I experienced that for the first time live. I tried putting that earring on. Oh my God. Like, it was loose. I kept going. It was loose. And then finally I was like, listen, this is taking too much time. So I gave it like a real, I dug in and I twisted and I really hurt. Wow, it stung like a son of a gun. So, yeah. Did you fall asleep, Tanya? Really? You know how many people fall asleep to my voice? I have friends call me and say, I can't sleep. Talk to me. It's true. And so I recite them Good Night Moon. In the great green room, there was a telephone and a red balloon, and a picture of the cow jumping over the moon. And 3 little bears, and a pair of mittens. I forgot. Then something with kittens. I forgot the kittens. And a comb and a brush, and a bowl full of mush, and a quiet old lady whispering, hush. Good night room, good night moon, good night cow jumping over the moon. Good night chairs and red balloon. Good night kittens and good night mittens. Good night comb and good night brush, and the quiet old lady whispering, I forget. I actually don't remember the whole thing. I apologize. I have older kids now, and so I don't read them Goodnight Moon anymore. I read them Zohar. I'm kidding. Dude, nobody. If you're a parent and you're reading your children Zohar, lighten up. Geez, man. Like, save that for the hour a week that we have to go into church and, take it seriously, which we should and we do, and you know how I feel about that, all kidding aside. But don't read your kids Zohar. Yeah. That said, though, were there any particular things you wanted me to grab, or let's just go random? If you change your mind, or anyone wants something, or it's just your fancy gets tickled in a specific way, then I'm happy to indulge your tickle. But otherwise, I'm going to grab 3 random and let's do this. This is going to be fun. I can't wait. I'm loving this. Okay, so I'm going to try to do my best, since I filled this box and I'm intimately familiar with everything in it, to try to not grab something on purpose. So let's just... got here? We got 4 things. Okay, so what we have here is we have a malachite pendant, which has a feather, a lily, and a wing, and a green oval. Psh, cake. Wait till I get to that. We have I use these in a lot of capacities. Actually, I have one here as like a pink offset to my floral design here in front of my tarot. But I use it for many reasons, but it's we're going to get to what it is symbolically, and it has to do with phi, fivefold ratio, and something. The sun. Only this sun is not yellow, is it? Okay. And now this is super interesting. These are two different spirals that I'd stuck together into a cross shape. Right. And so these are actually two separate objects that I just happened to spin together, right? So they're always like a quadruple helix, like an alien DNA kind of vibe, or like a, like an as above, so below. There's a number of ways that this can be used as a device. And I'm curious, I don't know, we'll see intuitively how I feel when I get to it. Whether I want to separate it or keep it together, or maybe use it symbolically for some other reason. So I'm going to start with this. What we're looking at here is, again, it's a basic pendant. It's a malachite pendant. Green is a beautiful color. What's going on? I'm so happy you're here. I get upset every time that I know that you're crazy busy and have stuff going on and things, and that I'm probably not going to see you in the stream. But that doesn't mean that I miss my sister any less. So the green. The green is a very special color in my world. Because if we understand the language of the elements, we know that blue is the color of the heart, and yellow is the color of the mind. And so if we consider what that means unified, that means that the color green is the unification of divine heart and mind as one element, which is truth. Right? That's actually what's happening. And so now let's look at some of the other symbols here that we have. We also have a feather. And that feather, very non-coincidentally in my world, is shaped like a yud, right? Which is the yud is a very holy number, letter, emanation of divine. The yud is the divine flame. The yud is the point by which all physical manifestation is born, right? It's the iota. It's the singularity. It's the only letter that exists in the Shem HaMephoresh, which, the Yod He Vav He, that is expanded into the 72-fold name of 3 letters apiece. That whole thing is derived from that one first original Yud. And it also, the feather represents the actual tool of flight, right? It's the thing used to fly, and so it also has like a wand vibe, right? And here we also have a wing, like just directly a wing. And then on the bottom we have the lily, which is just beautiful. And now there's a number of ways that you can represent the lily, and we've seen the lily and the rose together all the time, and a lot of people are mistaken about what that means. And so if you're not really sure about what lily and rose means, go ahead and have the experience, go through the books, Google it, read it, and now here's the actual answer, because it's not what you've read or heard or Googled. It has to do with the divine dance. The Raslila, the Rasalila, the rose and lily, the divine dance of the masculine and feminine, which is really just the dream of Vishnu. Right? So what this is referring to, the rose and the lily, are the unification of the two that were never actually separate versions of the divine having its dance. And then, so what this is ultimately representing is a symbol, a perfect union symbol of that dance happening, and that green oval is the product, which is a new symbol. It's not a wand, it's not a sword, it's both. Okay. So that's just going to be part of the sentence. So basically what we have is, I'm going to call it, because I want one word per symbol, the dance. This is the dance. Okay. So now let's move to the flower. 5-fold symmetry. Venus. If you watch Venus from Earth and you look up at it revolving around the sun, it draws a pentagram in the sky. It has a 5-fold symmetry with respect to its dance. Its rhythm of its dance, from our perspective, is a pentacle or a pentagram. And this is a very nice version of that, because if you've actually seen the pattern, I encourage you to go to Google and Google Venusian orbital period or something along those lines, and you'll see this drawn five-fold pentagram symmetry. It's so beautiful. And it's rounded too. It's not, it's traveling as a ball, so it's a rounded pentagram. This is a very, very accurate representation of that shape, and you'll see when you look. And so for me, this is Venus. We have a sun, but we don't have any old sun. Okay, what we have here is a sun that's in the middle of the alchemical process. So it hasn't achieved its goldness yet. It used to be gold. But now, we remember here in the process of alchemy, what we wind up doing is separating, breaking, evaporating, condensing, sublimating, chopping it up and putting it back together. And so the thing that you start at and the thing that you end with are definite things. But the things that come out of and are formed during the alchemical process are quite different and dangerous in some cases. It's a volatile process. It's where we get things like petroleum and gasoline and certain acids and chemicals that you can't get otherwise. And during that process, you got to be careful about what comes out of it. That's this card here. The work's being done. That's what my two lovers are doing over here on the desk. Right? There's my the two magicians doing their work. Right? And this is represented here as well. It's the same idea, right? There's the white lion and so on. There's my little John D. So what this is representing is the fact that the sun, although it's not yellow, it's because it's in the middle of the alchemical process, and it will be gold at the end. And so what this is a lesson of the fact that you may be feeling some pain right now, and that's normal. That means you're going through change. And so that's a good sign, because it means that you're in the middle of the alchemical process. The marriage has taken place. The work's being done. And so this is actually a time for you to rejoice in the fact that you're going to become something beautiful and new in the very near future, right? And then finally we have these here. We have these two spirals that are interlocking if we choose them to be, and if we choose them not to be, they're actually separate. So it's kind of a choice to combine. The decision has to be made. A will needs to be applied to these two in order for that connection to take place. Otherwise, their ultimate intent is to be. They don't have a will. They don't have an intent. Their will is to simply be. They are simply doing their dance, spiraling through the universe, like almost like those little things you see in the videos, like that. They're just doing their thing. They kind of fly around and buzz around, and every once in a while there might be an opportunity for these to connect, and then they make a decision: do we want to connect or not? Right? Because the reality is that any connection is willful, even the ones that are painful to us. There has to be an enrolling that takes place in order for that to happen. We have to both agree that that connection happen on a higher level for it to happen down here. As above, so below. And so if something happened down here, consider that it happened up there first, and then it gives us the guidance that we should find out why, potentially interrogate that and find out why. And then make the decision, do we want that connection to take place or not? I'll be honest with you, kind of working with these two, they seem like they want to be together, and so I'm going to leave them together. But it's the lesson that if we're going to do that, then it's up to us to take that step and to want that connection. We have to be brave enough to tell them that you want to be together, that you feel that desire, and that you hope that they do too. Right? Be brave and speak your truth. It also is obviously Kundalini energy, right? This is obviously two energies that are in a very good state. If you notice, they're nice, clean spirals. All four are in unison, right? These are four, not two. And I speak about very often on the show here. We speak in four languages at the same time at all moments. We're speaking with our mind, body, spirit, heart. These refer to that energy raising and lowering in unison, all four. So this is a beautiful little dance of the two communicating, speaking, a unified voice of all four, right? It's kind of like a person who is fully integrated. And so we have two people fully integrated deciding to connect. Cool. Okay. So we have a couple things to talk about here. We've got some words. Let's break it down into individual words. We have this as the dance, Venus, Okay, let's think about that. Patience? Is it patience, right? We have to wait, be aware of the fact that, stuff hurts right now, but that's because we're in the process of doing big work. And, if you want to become gold, it's going to take a lot of work in between. That can be a little volatile. And so that's going to be... What is the one word for the concept of not judging the haircut halfway through? And also fertile earth spring, whereas brown represents barren earth. Okay. Aqua color thing at the center bottom next to the blue eye. And a white disc under the sports pin to the top left. Under the sports pin? Oh, I guess from your perspective, right? Let's just read that again. Black and white disc under. Yep, that's it. All right, cool. Well, there's two, so I'll drag them both out. Why not? So I'll put these here, and we'll talk about that for the next one. This is amazing. And I'll get to that symbolism in a second here. Sorry, I didn't notice, Kitty, that you had mentioned you wanted to see something. Okay. Dance, Venus. I almost want to call it temperance, but it's not. That's not temperance. What it is, though, is patience, or more importantly, like the understanding of going into the work. We can also call it maybe like the hermit, because it's like the sun, but it's not shining yet. Prejudging. I don't know why, but I'm liking that a lot. Hang on. Let me sit on that for a sec, but I think that you're onto something there. Hang on. Prejudging. Wow, the situation's horrible. It's going to get better, but you're ignoring that. So prejudge. Okay, yeah, very right. Assumption, prejudge. It's funny, too, that accidentally we got 4 symbols, because we could easily put this in the mind state, right? So let's just do that. Well, we'll figure out what goes where in a sec. Because Venus might be heart, which would put that in mind, and that would make sense that it's a mental activity. This I can easily see being with 2 wills, and this is the pentacle. All right, so that makes sense. That's a good order. Right, we've got this here. We've got the sun, then the flower, and then the dance. Let's get that on the black there so you can see it's back. You know what? Is there enough room to stick this in here? Will it fit? I think the black and white might make it easier to see. Okay, yeah, all right. So, right. Prejudge. Jump to conclusions. Act rashly, think quick, like not think it through. There's a lot of ways to put that, right? But yeah, like mental judgment, jumping to conclusion. But it's also the idea. Here's the thing here, Krista, because you're right on. Here's the point. You have me at the edge of the cliff, and I'm ready to jump. You've got the word close, but that's not the one, because there's this last little kind of like. We need to add the temporal idea here that it will get better. Judging is one thing, but there's also the idea, even if you continue to judge, you will turn to gold. You're the thing going through the process in this state. You're obviously the one doing the work also. I understand. But in this particular state is the one that is the thing, the work being done. So there's this implication that regardless of your participation or assumption that you are participating, you're not, and you're going to be gold anyway. So there is that idea of there being a, you're in a state of hopeless? Hopeless? No, maybe? Because there's also a sense that the sun wants to shine. It used to. Before it went through the process, it was nice and bright and radiant, and suddenly it's not anymore. So it's like, So it's hopeless, but there's also this idea like it wants to be itself again. Assumptions, right? Yeah, that's true. That's right along with what you were saying as far as prejudge, right? You're making assumptions. Worldview. Worldview. The worldview changes. The worldview can change. It does change. It's a living thing. But this isn't a worldview of being like sad. This is like a melancholy. There it is. That's the word. Thank you very much. So we have dance, Venus, melancholy, and now we have finally the fourth word. Now this is really cool because this is that weird kind of unification of two perfectly integrated divine wills. And so what I'm going to call this is the Holy Guardian Angel, the divine self. This is the dancer. This is the magnum opus, right? The two that are one. It's also like a kundalini just rubbing itself all over the place, right? It's like two like perfectly aligned kundalini spirals. It's almost like a DNA, but it's twice because it's two double helixes put together at one time. So it's almost like two twins. Two twins, not one twin, but two twins. So let's think about that. Singularly, I always read it as either Kundalini or I always read it as this idea of having the unified communication within the self of the four senses. Mind, body, spirit, heart. But together, it's an interesting thing, and I don't know why I'm having a struggle with it. Yes. Yep. What you believe is true is true. That's the law of worldviews. As far as magical axioms, that's the law of worldviews. Right? Assuming is a part of manifesting. Absolutely is an analog of the magical axiom related to worldview. So, got it. Okay, so here we go. This is the ascent and the descent up and down the tree, which is really beautiful. That's how I'm reading that, right? Which is great because when we realize what's happening, the soul descended, became physically manifest, and now we're down here, and then eventually we're going to find our way to back up the tree, and so then we're ascending, but that's not true. It's actually all happening at the same time. That's what that Merkaba is. What is the Merkaba? But it's the ascent and the descent occurring simultaneously, which is actually the truth. The truth is that these two things are happening at the same time, right? The reality is that there is no separation between the moment that the descension and the ascension occurred. They occurred at the same time. And what this symbol actually is telling us is that idea that they're occurring simultaneously. One's going down, one's going up. They meet in the middle. They cross over. They twist. Right? Kabbalistically, you call out to a heaven above, God, are you there? And you hear from below, there is no God. Why? Because the voice of God is calling from above, going, I'm here. And it gets twisted and then kind of sounds like it's coming from below. That's the truth. It's being spoken through the ego, right? From the klipot. And what that ultimately means, though, is that you're hearing the truth. And so it's a perfect kind of union of that conversation. What we're actually seeing here is the ascent and the descent occurring at the same time. In perfect union. Brianna, what's going on? What happened? It's 4:30. I missed you. Fairy tales can come true. It can happen to you if you're young enough. I don't know. It popped into my head. Didn't just go with it. So, one word. The dance. I know that's too. Come on. Could cut me slack. I'm tired. It's just coming off the top of my head. I've been speaking for 3.5 hours. Okay. The dance. Venus. Melancholy. Stillness. Stillness. Biana. You know what's cool about Biana? What you accidentally did is you called her Bina, which is actually the divine emanation of the divine feminine in the supernal triad. You actually called her goddess. That's awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, Krista has a crush on Brianna. Kitten just called, not Krista, Kitten. Wait, let's see, hang on. Kitten. Kitten has a crush on Brianna, and she called her goddess. It's true, I just watched it happen. Okay, so I'm going to call that stillness. Why? Because it's the lesson of the fact that we're ascending and descending at the same time, ultimately, which means that we never actually left the middle. You know that whole abyss that we cross? Pfft. Dance, Venus, melancholy, stillness. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do here is to tell our little poetry, and then we're going to read it. So let's do the poetry first, because I'm kind of feeling some things coming, and I'm just going to go with it. Do not let the stillness make you melancholy, for Venus is your eternal partner in the dance. Do not be melancholy over the stillness, for Venus is your eternal partner in the dance. Okay? So that's the poem. That's the tract. That's the cone. That's the wisdom that was derived through... Oh, you know what? I just realized that's being blocked by the Merkaba. So pardon that. My Merkaba, man, he's kind of mind of his own. So, okay. One more time. Do not let the stillness make you melancholy, for Venus is your eternal partner in the dance. Okay. I find it hard to read that after that poem. It kind of is the everything, right? But let's get to the deeper. We are witnessing this from the perspective of the earth. And so actually what this is saying is that, you know, the earth and Venus are the dancers. Because it implies that there's a partner, that Venus is a partner and that you are that partner. But Venus, if you imply that the earth is the one doing the dancing, then this is a sisterly dance. This is a feminine dance, a divine feminine dance. This is not a dance of lovers. This is a dance of sisters. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And there's Chloe barking on the truth. I love my Chloe. For those that are new to the show here, Chloe is a rescue dog that I has been with. She's been in my life now for 7 years, something like that. 7 and change. But and she's a long-haired little white dog, just like out of the Fool from Pixie's deck. It's true. One of these days I'll get her up on the stream. She doesn't like coming on the camera for some reason. She's a Japanese Spitz. Just beautiful dog. All white. Big black eyes. Gorgeous. And she bites people. I'm the only person she doesn't bite. She's actually like really violent. She's not a dog you want to pet. Oh, you like to dance? I wish I danced. I have a really good physical rhythm, but I use it for singing but ultimately for piano. I'm a piano player, and that's where my physical dexterity is. I don't dance. And does it matter? No. Regardless of what the question is, the answer to that question is no. No. The only thing that matters is what we decide matters, and the fact that nothing matters doesn't matter. Okay, so that was the exercise. Fun, right? Now, when you're doing it alone, typically I get the words pretty quick. It was kind of like, getting the energy and deciding what we're going to do. And so I really wanted to work through it. Oh, you know what? I might have a picture of Chloe I can pop up. Yeah, here she is. I forgot I put her up here. There's my Chloe. Yeah, she chimes in on the streams a lot. You hear her a lot, but you never see her. Every once in a while, Melanie will chime in, jump up and lick my eyeball. But yeah, she is a good girl. She is. She is integrated with her divine feminine, and she has a screen on her cup, right? She is no longer in a state of accepting all. She is in a state of, you didn't ask to pet me, right? And so you have to respect her. Yeah, the cute puppers is an understatement. She is, and here's the cool part about Chloe. She stares into my eyes, like stares at me, and you can see the depth in her soul. Like that dog stare. I mean, again, look at the darkness in her eyes. Imagine those looking at you. What can I say? I'm enamored. It's true. Okay, but this is the process. Well, a man or a woman dancing. Well, in this case, it's two women. This is two women dancing. Okay? So just as clear. Who's boundaried as fuck? Oh, yeah, Chloe, for legit. Yes. No doubt. No doubt. Yeah, and she will legitimately give you teeth if you even approach like you're going to pet her. Like, no. Dude, bro, you can't just like... simmer down. I'll come to you when I'm ready. It's a mutual respect there, right? And some people, she just like jumps right on. She's like, I love you. You're my new best friend. And I'm stunned. Whenever she does that to people, that's a blessing. When she just accepts you, that you know, I love that. When dogs accept you that like eat other people, it makes you feel special. But so this is great, right? Sure. Mm-hmm. It's true. Maybe I'm trying to get some people to get together here. It's probably going to be best if we do it after winter, but to come hang out in the Hudson Valley, man. We'll do a drum circle in Woodstock. I'm in the town right next to Woodstock. We'll do a drum circle in Woodstock. We'll hang out in my town. There's plenty of high mountains for us to do all kinds of fun stuff, and so anyone who pops in, will meet Chloe. Just don't pet her, but you'll meet Chloe. Yeah, that's an understatement. Genius. So let's pick a couple more. Well, no, Kitty also said there's a few she wanted to look at, and so I'm going to count these two as one, and then this is two, so I'm going to grab a third one in a minute. Let's put these back. So before I do that, is everyone clear on the reading and kind of how I developed that statement in the poem? And here's the poem again. Now that it's a device, it's going to be remembered easily. Do not let the stillness cause you melancholy, for Venus will be eternally your partner in dance, or your dance partner. Will be forever your dance partner. So, all right? Everyone clear? Any questions on how I derived that? One of these days I'll drum on the stream. The reason I haven't done it yet is that it's I start at 1 a.m. And it's not really appropriate for me to be drumming. Although, my town does not have a noise ordinance. Shut up. Two words. That's powerful. All right, let's sit on that for a minute. Shut up. Because we're talking about like don't be melancholy. Yes, quit your bitching. Quit your bitching. That's some tough love, right? That's a tough love story here, is quit your bitching. Like, oh, shut up. Oh, here it is. You ready? I love this. Here it is. Hang on. The camera's got to be ready. Hang on. Let the camera get ready. That's so mean, though, right? You know what that is, right? The smallest record player. What's it playing? My Heart Bleeds. But really, though, so, yeah, I love that. That's like some brutal, honest crap. Right? Like, well, come on, get over it. But really, though, the reality is that recognize the truth that if you're in a state of melancholy, regardless of what the fact that you're feeling that, you are going to wind up in this state, right? You are going to wind up eventually becoming that divine son. That's your fate, regardless. In fact, this is what you look like. This is what you think you look like. Right? Blunt? Yeah. Cool. I'm bowl, personally. Actually, I'm more bong, but... Oh, wait, you meant... Okay, sorry. I don't know. It was. I looked at the clock. 4:44. Where's Missy? Missy. Where are you? Is she still out in the cold? Okay. Let's kind of move it around. Shuffle some stuff. Let's have some ASMR. Oh boy. All right. Is he here? Are you in the room? If you are, then let me know. Well, I guess you would have poked me in here instead of texting me, but okay, hang on a sec. I'm sorry. There's a friend of the channel here that just texted me a kind of a disturbing statement about something. She's just feeling a bit unsafe, and so let me just give me a moment. And we're just gonna make her feel a little better right now. Okay. Are you feeling safe right now? Okay. All right. So let's let that happen. And in the meantime, let's not drop this box on the floor. Yeah, I've been a bit clumsy lately, and that would be bad. I'm waiting to drop one of my. Oh, don't say it. I didn't say it. Although, you know, just because you say it doesn't make it true. That's not how this works. Okay, so let's do this. We need one more random. So these are I'm gonna keep them together, okay, Kitty? Because these look like they're similar, and I wasn't sure which one you wanted. You know, was it the Mobius? Or was it the Vortex? Right. It depends on which one. Although, interestingly, they're both, you know, that kind of eggshell enamel kind of color, as opposed to white. And then there's this beautiful thing. Okay. Yeah, she's okay. Physically, she's okay. Yeah, she just got a little creeped out, but so far, so good. All right. Okay, so... all right. Let me grab one more. Oh, wow, this got stuck to the magnet. This is like a book adornment, right? You know, just put it on the corner of a book. It's like a corner adornment type of thing. Right. Too bad I don't have two. I know where I'd use it. I'd use it on my magical diary. Okay, let's get that leveled out. What are you teaching us today? Well, actually, here's what I'm doing. First of all, how are you? Good to see you. How was your night? Mine was pretty good. I didn't get too much rest, but I lived vicariously through somebody else. It was great. All kidding aside, though, what I'm doing is I have my box of trinkets, And now I'm taking 3 separate trinkets out of this box to tell a story using those trinkets, right? And so I just pulled a random one, and what it taught us was, do not let the stillness cause melancholy, for Venus will eternally be your partner in dance. Okay? And so now what we're going to do is I'm going to pick one more, and then we're going to write another poem off the top of our heads using these 3 words. Kitty picked these, and so I'm going to pick one more, and then that's going to hopefully lead us to a really cool poem that we can get another piece of wisdom and go from there. Okay? Oh, I love this one. Look at how gorgeous this is, people. This is so gorgeous. It has a, it's metallic, but it has like a puffy vibe. It's almost like a balloony kind of puffy vibe. Really, really, really pretty paint, like an enamel kind of shiny. I'm a big fan of this. You know, it's very colorful. Love that. It's got some good weight. Like it's got some. I'm doing wonderful, and everybody in the room here is doing great. Better now. Better now. Okay. So we have a few things here. This is a butterfly, so I'm not going to waste time on what that is, and we'll get to there in a sec. There's a lot of ways that you can look at this, and I'm going to review a couple of them, because there's also, if you notice, let me just zoom in on there. Okay, yeah. There's a dragonfly in the middle of that. Okay. Exactly. Mm-hmm. Transformation is one, yeah. Aim in the House of Flies. Okay. This is something else. There's lines on top, which means that if you are a lunatic hermeticist, you count everything. So let's do it. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yep, that's right. Okay, so this is the zodiacal in the blue sky. Raining down the 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Which are mind, body, soul, spirit, right, heart. Also, you can look at the 5 elements of the pentacle, right? Fire, water, air, earth, and spirit. Solid, liquid, gas, plasma, and nothingness. Right? Gravity, magnetism, strong and weak, and matter, the thing that it manipulates. Right? And notice in this as well, and this is very intentional by the artist, of course, because this is a divinely inspired piece that was created for the sole purpose of this moment. So it was done on purpose. That metal bead, which is separate from all the others, it's metal, is on the bottom. It's hanging lower than everybody else. And look what's right above it. A yellow bead. Now, what does that yellow bead mean, people? We know yellow beads on this channel. That's divine mind, right? I wasn't kidding. This is a beautiful symbol. This is the zodiacal referencing the higher world, the space, raining down the 4 elements that land on spirit, right? And it is fed directly through divine mind and the yellow into this. And interestingly, the bottom bead is also metal, which is indicative of the lower sword, right? So it's 2 swords, you know, but it's being fed by divine. It's just gorgeous. And the whole color of the thing has that indicative sort of idea of water, of it, coming down. You know, it's the idea of air coalescing and gaining gravity and then falling, which is a perfect analog of how we got here to begin with, right? Now here we have 2 very interesting things. And I'm going to read it this way. Here's how I'm going to read it. Okay? Higher and lower version of the same thing. So this is your divine self. This is your profane self. This is your divine mind. This is your profane mind. Divine body, profane body. Divine heart, profane heart. What this is that idea of, in the higher world, things sort of have a level perfection to it. There's a harmony, and the balance is quite beautiful. There's the 2 divine, and then that 1. This would be the way to actually read it, and what it winds up looking like is the Kabbalistic triad. right? And so we have the Keter and Chokmah Binah. And then the lower world, which is just the swirl of the other 7 altogether, that gives us physical manifest reality. Right? And so you get the idea there. Right? So and now this we have transformation, but why is that the word? I just woke up making breakfast. Oh, what are you making? Are you making pancakes or French toast? Almighty. So this one here, not transformation. What's the other word? I don't know why it's escaping. It's escaping me because I'm tired, right? It's 5 o'clock in the morning. I've been talking for 3.5 hours. When it's not transformation, what's the word? Guys, help me out. It has to do with the idea of a going through the stages of a butterfly from the caterpillar to the pupa to the chrysalis to the realization. I said your name when it happened. I looked down at 4:44 and I said, "Where's Missy? Is she still outside in the cold?" Yeah. So I thought of you too, but you missed it. I know. I needed some good sleep. Sure, yes, you do. We all do. Do as I say, not as I do. Trust me. Thank you, Missy. My God, man. Okay, so metamorphosis. That's the word that I could not. Kafka, people. Kafka. Here I am, quoting lyrics from Change in the House of Flies, which is directly, was inspired by Kafka's Metamorphosis, and I couldn't think of the word metamorphosis. And my nickname is Metaphysics. Anyway. I want to remind everybody that metamorphosis, it contains the word orifice. Orphic. I've dropped my orphic egg. Okay. So let me go grab it. Ooh, there goes Chloe. This came to me for this reason. I'm absolutely convinced. Right? This has been in my presence. I was told everybody on the channel here. This has been in my presence, within my vicinity of my body for about 7 years. And again, it even has like these kind of very interesting. That almost looks like a tzadi, but backwards, like a mirrored tzadi. That looks like maybe potentially a mirrored, or not a mirrored, but like an ayin or a nun. I don't know. So metamorphosis. So these are the words. Metamorphosis. Or metamorphose. Love that. What are we talking about? The zodiac raining down divine mind into profane mind. So this is mind and mind, both speaking at the same time. The divine mind is fueled by the heart, because you have heart, mind, and then the green, which is unification of those, and then there's another heart here as well. So you have 2 hearts, 1 mind unified to make that pentacle. 2 hearts, 1 mind unified, make a pentacle. 2 hearts, 1 mind, raining down from the zodiac. 2 hearts, 1 mind. Okay, so I actually, you know what I see this as? It just dawned on me. You have the Earth, you have Venus, you have the Moon. And then down here, you have your heart and your body. So this is your body and heart, and up here you have the idea of the dance of the 3 women, the muses. This is the muses. This is inspiration. The word for this symbol is inspiration. You have the divine 3, the 3 of cups. For the tarot people in the room, the 3 of cups are these 3 women that are dancing, and in their act are divining that They're inspiring the body with divine mind. Okay, so the source of that divine mind is 3 separate feminine energies of the Earth, Venus, and the Moon. Inspiration, metamorphosis, and because we have here the supernal triad, and then underneath that we have the 7, which are really holographic versions of each other. So it's sort of like an as above, so below. So it's sort of like the Emerald Tablet of Hermes, the as above, so below. Let me think about it for a minute. Inspired metamorphosis is the same as willful rejection of truth. No. Inspired metamorphosis. There's something there, though. The idea of being inspired to be open to the change. Mirror, right? That's what that is, right? That's exactly what that is, right? It also refers to kind of like the abyss. Like it's the idea of facing yourself and recognizing that there is no mirror, right? But the idea of inspired metamorphosis is somebody helping motivate you to have the strength to die, to enter the tower phase willingly so that you can come out the other end changed. You know, like willingly doing the work of the hermit, but being inspired to do so. Right? Divine intervention. I think I like you. I like you a lot. Discourse is important, and this is you're great. So okay, that's interesting. Let me add that's another one I have to kind of give a second to. Divine intervention, because we do have inspired metamorphosis, divine intervention, right? But now we have this other thing here, and this is an analog. Okay, so divine intervention. So hang on. Got it. Okay, really quickly before, so that there is a context. Einstein was very, very famous for famous for saying, "God doesn't play dice." You know, it's the idea that things are not accidental. So this is divinely inspired, right? Or what did you call it? Divine intervention, right? So hang on. Inspired metamorphosis is inspired inevitable change. Well, that's true. The inevitability is an important part. Divine intervention is me meeting Jake. It's losing my babies for a reason. It's protection from ancestors and angels when they know I need it. Well, okay. Well, also, yeah. Well, there's an important thing too. When it comes to change, I've mentioned this before. Like the only place that real transformation can happen is in the tower, right? Is going through that whole process of the hermit, the tower, death, that whole thing. But so, divinely inspired, or I said divine intervention. Okay, so blank, blank, blank is an act of divine intervention. Blank, blank, blank. Okay. What I'm trying to say is the feeling that you're having, that this is happening to you for no reason, why is it happening to me, is actually divinely inspired. Meaning that, like, you it's a matter of recognizing that the fact that you're in pain is on purpose, and be okay with that. Because the result of it is going to be worth it. Well, yeah. Well, they are kind of... Are towers a lot to take in? Yeah. Unless you just succumb to it. Right? If you just succumb to it, then you're fine. You know? Yeah. So yeah, this one's taking me a minute for some reason. Usually they go just like bam and they come to me. So let me try to get out of my mind and just let it happen. I think I'm in brain mode, and that's part of the problem. Divine inspiration can feel like divine, what was the word you used? Divine inspiration can feel like, yeah, it actually just hit me. It literally just hit me. I completely crashed and my brain stopped working entirely. What was intervention? Okay, so divine inspiration is actually an act of divine... what is the word again? Yeah, I'm that tired. I just literally forgot the word again and that quick. So, yeah, my brain's done. I'm cooked. I'm done. It's over. We're done. The stream's done. I'm going to wind down and then... intervention. Oh, my gosh. Okay. Divine inspiration is actually an act of divine... I can't believe I forgot the word already. Intervention. I can't. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm just going to cut bait. So here's the deal. Take a look at this and think about that. A lot of really good ideas came up in the chat, right? And if there's any individuals too that comes up with something later, put it in the comments so we can share it, or have fun with the community tab. I believe everyone can post on the community tab, so please do that if you'd like. If you have art to share or a piece of wisdom, don't blow it up. If you spam it, I'm gonna remove them. But just like, you know, one post, enjoy the post. Put something up there to contribute of what you think this is. And so when I wake up and I actually can think again, I'm gonna spit something out in 2 seconds. It's gonna be great. Do not let stillness cause you melancholy, for Venus will be your eternal dancing partner. Partner in dance. That dances as a partner while dancing. So, yeah, okay? And don't forget there's a hidden dragonfly, so we didn't even get there, because this is also a dualistic thing. It's not just a butterfly, it's a dragonfly and a butterfly. It's a butterfly giving a ride to a dragonfly. So yeah, I am absolutely cooked, and so we're just going to wind down, and we're just going to talk about stuff and things, and I'm not going to use my superpowers for a little while, because I need to recharge my superpowers. It's a little pepper mill. I love the pepper mill. Come on. Give your life a little spice. That's why we're here. the girl? There she is. Okay. Wrong side. Okay, there we go. Oh, great. Come on, camera. For the entire evening, this spirit stone has been listening, and it's ready to speak. And so I'm just going to let it sit there for a moment and think about what's happening, and then it's going to have a chance to speak to us. And I'm going to teach everybody how to do. Oh, I can already feel it. Wow, yeah, it's definitely talking. Wow, that hit me fast. Oh, yeah, just soon, baby. Soon, you'll be able to speak soon. And so we went through this beautiful system here, right? And just gorgeous. We looked at the small cards. We looked at the majors. Went a lot smoother than yesterday. And why? Because I changed. I came in with no expectation, and it helped me, right? And then, the Garden of Splendor. This is actually an oracle. That is not an oracle. It is a temple that is designed specifically to do the work of manifesting will. Its purpose is singular, which is to literally give me what I want. And what this is a perfect recreation of a ceremonial magical temple with all of the tools and all of the pieces that are necessary in order to do banishing, invoking, evoking, the circle, the four corners, the four directions, the calls, LBRP, BRH, and that's all I'm going to speak about publicly. So it does a lot more than that. And that said, it also, I'm not going to say anything else. So that said, I'm going to be teaching this privately. This is for me to show it to you so that you can get in a sense of the type of the difference between this type of system, which is a nothing more than a manifestation device. It's a tool for crafting. It's a 3D printer for karma. I'm stealing that. That was awesome. All right, you have permission. Okay, thanks. Wow, I love that. 3D printer for karma. Love that. You want to craft your future? There it is. Okay, so in the meantime, you see the difference between that and the this circumstance here, right? Totally symmetrical, very focused on aesthetic. I did that on purpose when I was designing it. I tried to find beads that harmonized, and look how it turned out, right? And look at him. Ruggedly handsome, isn't he? Why, thank you for noticing. We got that going on as well. So you see the difference here. Just beautiful. I mean, it's such a difference. The thing I'm going to leave the evening with is let's take a look at the majors again, because it's such a beautiful thing that I just want to look at it. I can stare at it all day. This is the complete major arcana, as well as the Holy Guardian Angel in the symbol as a significator, as well as 4 of the asteroids. Eros, Vesta, Apophis, and Psyche. Okay. 7 planets, 12 signs, 3 supernal triads, 4 asteroids, and the HGA. It's all there. The significator. The other. This is the other. And, the reading was something else, right? And here's my moon. It's dry. Let's see. Is it rubbing off? Studying law all day. I can tell you what, I've been through that process, right? I used to write contracts for fun. Why? Because that's how you learn it. I had to go through the process. I went public. Try going public on your own without an accountant, having to learn the Edgarizing process, learning all the paperwork, understanding how it's a nightmare. But it's not, because it made me know what I'm doing. And why? Because I completely, utterly failed at every step. True. And man, a lot of learning came from that. And so, yeah. I'm not sure which one's my favorite yet. Oh, who am I kidding? It's Jupiter. Come on. It's perfect. Okay. The moon came out nice, though. So let's look at the moon. Let's see if we can have it go through phases before it skips too much on us. Cute. Okay. Brianna, though, just to be clear, Brianna is in a slightly different circumstance than people who are just, she happens to be a very intellectually driven person generally, but that's not what her goal of studying law is. She's started a company. I encourage you to check her out. Check out her name there. All right, copy paste it, stick it in YouTube. Go to her channel, live it, love it. She's making change in the world. That's a big thing. She's helping people understand some very important things related to family, related to some stuff going on that she personally experienced, and is taking that suffering and trying to turn that into other people's safety. So give it a look. And she's doing the reading, so we don't have to, right? To give that a look for sure. Like, there's, and everybody in here has been touched by what she's talking about in some way, shape, or form, or knows somebody that has. And so give it a look. I'm not going to get into specifics, but I encourage you to look at her channel, and she will, because I'm not qualified to speak to it. Check it out, okay? Sending good love and light and anything else you need on that journey. Wow. Same to you, Kristen. Thank you for popping in. I really mean it. I appreciate it. Anytime I see... you've been in here once or twice at least. I know that you've at least been in here once or twice. So, but the fact that you came back is awesome. Thank you, Vesta. You're the best. I love you. You're the best. I love you. I love you. And you're the best. I mean it. Where's Luana? I'm totally betrayed. Kitty. I'm not 100% sure what my day is tomorrow, but I will be calling you and we'll go over the oracle. I want to go over some specific things that kind of popped in my head too when you had texted me some ideas, and then you showed me the picture of your dish with the lines all in it. Oh, it's so good. I can't wait to talk about that and the beads and stuff. So just Missy, I love you. We need to chat immediately. Big stuff. Thanks. Bye. Okay, and Krista, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Not at all. Anytime. Same with you. Thank you for coming in and listening. If anybody needs anything, give me a call. I have openings. This week I have several openings left if you needed a private. If you want to learn the oracle, text, email, voicemail, just get a hold of me and I'll be happy to discuss it with you. We can even go through the process of choosing oh, you're probably on my calendar then. Yeah, actually, I think you are. Okay, well, I guess you just outed the fact that you're my 2:30 private tomorrow. But in the meantime, though, you're on my calendar, so don't worry about it. But I do have room for the rest of the week. And if you know anyone who needs anything, let me know. Okay. Otherwise, thank you so much to everyone. I love you. I appreciate it. Thank you for listening. Thank you for speaking. Thank you for engaging in the chat here, Krista, especially. That was great. That's the kind of stuff I'm looking for, right? I'm not here to be in an echo chamber. I'm not here to be the only one talking. And so that means a lot, okay? Otherwise, thank you so much. I'll see you guys tomorrow. And, you know, play with the community tab. And if there's other things that I'm missing that I don't realize, let me know. This community tab thing's new to me, right? I have 290 some subscribers, and it's usually for people 1,000 or more. And so they decided to open it up. And one day it's like, oh, you have this, go play. So I haven't used it yet, right? So feel free to use it, okay? I love you all. I'll see you tomorrow. Sleep? You can't make me. Fine. But only for you. I'll talk you to sleep if you permit me to sleep. Whether or not it happened is not relevant. Completely giving into it regardless. That's what we're here for. And by the way, it happened.